Hello, and welcome to another episode of TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen, episode number 300. State of the blockchain. Oh my gosh, let's fucking go. Sol, Zen, multi-chain. This is going to be an amazing day. So just want to start off with a huge GM to everyone and everyone that is joining us. We are giving it a few minutes as everything gets set. And so please know that if you want to come up, you can come up. This is a space for everyone. So, I just want to thank everyone that has either listened in on repeat or tuned in while live over the last 300 episodes. And, technically it's been 300 plus episodes if you want to count like the multiple episodes we have in a day. But we've been following that formula of one a day. So I just want to thank everyone that has joined us, whether you've joined us on YouTube. Shout out to all of our YouTube followers. Shout out to all of our Twitch followers, LinkedIn, Twitter, Telegram, Discord, however you may find us. I just want to say thank you for joining us on this journey so far. So far, I have to turn off captions so I can see people. We are going to be going over quick bits of State of the Union, State of the Blockchain. We had sent out invites to, Sun Tzu and Mr. Jack. Let's see if we can send out some quick messages real quick. And if you are joining us, please like, comment, share, subscribe, invite a friend or two to the 300th episode of TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen. Why would you not want to be on the 300th episode of something? Who knows? Maybe what I'm going to do is probably take a screenshot of everyone that's come and send out NFTs. Thanks to compressed NFT technology from Metaplex, I literally can send 10,000 NFTs for the cost of like $14. So that's going to be good. So we're going to send out quick messages for just a quick second. So please take that moment, send invites, tag friends, and also let us know in the comments or in the following headings what you want to know about, what you want to talk about, because this isn't just about what I want to talk about. This is what we want to talk about. Boo 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 boo. Do 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 do. Boo doo boo boo doo boo boo. All right. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. All right. So we have sent those out, and we are having our voice drop and go through some changes there as we have a bubble in our voice.
Just aged 14 years.
Oh my gosh, that is.
I like your shirt.
Thank you. Yeah, no. So
where'd you get that shirt?
I got this shirt at let's move the camera down. Better Together. Oh my gosh, it is a multi-chain shirt with like all the different chain symbols blended into one. Huge shout out to ETH Global, making ETH Global. That was the cheesiest pitch line ever. Oh my gosh. I have to warn everyone, I have not yet had my morning coffee, but I have sent out like 40 GMs to people. So I have had a great time so far this morning. I don't know about you, but I like to have on my Tuesdays, Kill Tony Tuesday. Even though Kill Tony is live on Mondays, I tend to end up watching Kill Tony a lot of the time on Tuesdays. Talk about some of the best, worst comics. And that's why I like to relate TacoBytes to the worst, best daily radio show. Where else can you find your daily dose of Degen in the worst way possible? I started this up 300 plus days ago. We had many different variations of the show happening because I couldn't figure out what I wanted the show to be. I thought I was going to make quick little bites of wisdom and realized that people wanted to talk, people wanted to listen, and I had nothing to say. So, that is a full lie. I can talk forever about blockchain. And so we're going to go backwards in time. We are going to go way, way back. Clubhouse days? No, we're going to go way before that. Periscope days? Yeah, we'll go before that. Oh my gosh. WhatsApp groups. Yeah. Those were interesting calls and meetings and talkings of minds. Yeah. Nope. And so now we're going to roll forward. And we, because we've always hosted things. We've been really good. A lot of people, and this isn't to take away from anyone's ability or ideas and stuff like that. But a lot of people have wonderful ideas. A lot of people have ideas nonstop. They are idea machines. But then at the end of it, they end up not pulling the trigger. And sometimes I feel like that can hurt them more than it can not doing anything. And I just want a wonderful person in the world just brought me coffee. So GM to that. Yeah, we are going to go with this as the start of our day. And so when we decided, when Clubhouse, we ran a couple rooms. Oh my gosh, I think like it was, so you got to remember, I was behind the scenes in blockchain until about 2018. So before 2018, from like 2015 to 2018, my social media was Instagram because I hated Twitter so much because of the Kardashians. The Kardashians ruined Twitter for me. And so it was A very interesting piece. And I just, so Instagram, if you guys really want to dig up Instagram, you can. I used it for my sports and nutrition pieces back then, as I was a competitive power lifter. I even have 2 gold medals in the state of Colorado in deadlifts. So I was the guy that if a car fell on you, I would send someone else to go run for the cops. I would just lift the car off of you. So I would do that. And then I would play video games, nonstop between sets. And so with powerlifting, you're like, well, aren't you supposed to just go rep? No, we would do like 1 to 5 reps, then take like a 5-minute break. And that's why workouts took 2 hours, because you were just trying to go for time under tension. And so you were really pushing your CNS, and really trying to go for explosive pieces there. And so you had to give your body recovery. So during competition time, at maximum during an entire day, you do 12 lifts. And that's if it's only a 1-day competition and it's not split between 2 days if there's a lot of competitors. And that's a long day too. Lifting would start around like 7 to 8 a.m. And go all the way until the wee hours of the morning. So there was times where you could take good naps in between like lifts, which was crazy. And so those were the days when I would put back like 4 Subway sandwiches for like lunch and second lunch, and like a Quiznos, and Wingstop. I was eating like 50,000 calories to plus a day, and I was staying at one tiny weight. I tried moving myself up a weight class, and I had to push everything under the sun to get me to 270. I was eating peanut butter nonstop, honey buns. It was bad. And so I just, it was a very fun time. But at the same time, I really sort of wanted to push out, content. And so pushed out content on, tracking the path of a lift, what crazy shake I was making, which usually included like, a handful of ice cubes, half a shot of protein powder, 5 shots of pre-workout, and a Red Bull turned into a blender smoothie. That was my go-to drink. But that was sort of how I started creating content, and then I decided to start creating content on blockchain. And my first video, was how to add BNB to your MetaMask. Literally, it was a phone recording, and that was because you might have heard this story a lot, but I had seen a video. Finally, I was burnt out on the 20-minute videos that people were just trying to get to have people hang on to the end. And what I've even found is it's very easy to make that happen, and it's very hard to not do that. But I made a 3-minute video because I was tired of people making these 20-minute long videos that I really learned nothing. They had enough content supposedly in them for me to make, like, I felt like I learned the history of something, but not actually how to do something. So I made a 3.5-minute video on how to add BNB to your MetaMask. Over the next couple months, that ended up having real quickly over like 7 million views. That channel ended up getting shut down by YouTube just because, they were shutting everything crypto down, really. Because I was talking about everything. I was talking about some of the projects that I was doing stuff for. And, violating terms and services. And because, those were the days when we used a heck ton of bots to get eyes. And so that was that. Finally, I started making content on my personal channel, my personal email. And I sort of thought that was a different way. There was a different way to do it, And so literally just talking to the camera, talking to people. When, they started making good streaming apps to where you could bring other people into the conversation, I was all down for that, especially on video. So those that don't know that are joining us via Twitter or YouTube, we have this going on as a Twitter space with the video going on in the Jumbotron. We also have this going live on 2 different YouTube channels. As I like to say, the worst YouTube channels ever, because I purposely do not put in a lot of SEO because I'm sometimes afraid that I might get filtered or banned. And so I sort of just leave it as is. And I let the YouTube algorithm sort of do what they want to do. I could go through and do a lot of growth hacking to it and just put in a description of what the video is about. And that might boost it 100%, but you never know. And so that's sort of what I'm doing right now. As we've sort of been going on, we used to do a lot of Clubhouse spaces, and it was a very toxic place in a way. Still is. And this is one of the things that I dislike. I don't understand it because, but when I am in a Clubhouse space and I have women saying that they are fearful for their lives from some dude named Bandicoot 542169, one, I feel really bad for them because it's at a spot to where someone is doing something so asinine-ish, childish, petty-ish shit that they feel that they're one, they're scared of some person that is just trolling them. But there are stories of actual shit happening. So I take that with a grain of salt. I take that with like, hey, that shit can happen. And so I come from the generation before all of this shit. I still have nightmares of dial-up modems in my head. And so I can scroll past this, but I feel that a lot of people can't. And so when Clubhouse started to get too toxic for me, I couldn't just like kick people out of rooms. I couldn't, tell them, well, hey, you just don't have to let them up on stage, like, especially in open channel rooms and stuff like that. And so the moment Twitter Spaces came live, and, I was trying out a couple different things like Live Me Pro, Munify, even Vimeo and Pinterest. Oh my gosh, I still post things to Pinterest. Pin. I am a basic pumpkin spice bitch. Please excuse my language. But there is no better way to explain that. When it comes about pumpkin spice, I am no one nice. And so, but with Twitter Spaces, I found that I could create a stage that literally I make it my room so anyone can come up. I don't have to pay attention to it. Anyone can come up and join if they want to. And I even send out invites. I love comments and stuff like that. I can't always read all of them, especially if I'm in a conversation with someone or I'm on a soapbox. Like right now, I'm on a soapbox. But it's really cool because it brings a new level of communication. I remember when my show started to take off for a while because I was consistently doing it at the same time. And same time for the world. One of my random sayings that I say right now is, I'm consistent at the same time every day at 11:30 p.m. wherever I'm at in the world. So consistent for me versus consistent for others. The one thing that has been consistent with TacoBytes, it has been daily. Now, sometimes that daily has started, the show has started at 11:59 p.m., but still, I have started it every day. And, there's been a few times where I didn't want to, or I was just like, I'm like worn out because I'd spent 8 hours on a Twitter space, that day. But really what I've sort of found is that this is a launch pad for arguments, I guess, within myself, within my own head. And I say that arguments because passionate discussions is an opinion. Passion, and so being able to have a passionate discussion with someone else allows me to further define my point of view within myself and those arguments and those thinking patterns, or even do it within other people. And hear other people's point of view. And so I love it when we have people on stage and are talking and stuff like that. I just, am excited about talking about these things. And what's really cool is by doing that stuff, even my opinion has been changed on a lot of things. I have had, oh yeah, you're fine. Yeah. It's okay. And so I'll go back on that. The biggest thing that my mind has probably changed on is privacy tokens. We could talk about Monero all day. I used to believe, and I still believe to a umph degree, but I believe that there's a purpose now, at least, that privacy coins, privacy tokens, privacy chains, were broken and should not be used in any way, shape, or form. And I didn't say the line only used by drug dealers because I literally knew a lot of people that weren't drug dealers that were using it, that were having fun and helping building things on it. But I felt that privacy chains and privacy tokens gave people the excuse to be the same exact system that we are trying to break behind. That blockchain gave us a chance to move away from why, not knowing why something cost and blew out the cost of something. And so by privacy tokens really gave us a chance to sort of hide things again. And I felt like that I felt that would bring the banking system to blockchain a lot faster, because they could do the same exact thing they wanted to do that they were always doing, but with instant settlement. What I have come to realize over the last 2 years is that the banking industry actually makes more money with money being in the air than with it being settled, because when it's in the air, they can move it around as much as they want until it has to actually land somewhere. And that's why we land up in so many horrible situations. There has been nothing but horrible news the last couple of days. And when I say horrible news, when Janet Yellen says the US dollar is degrading, and we have countries declaring that they are no longer going to use the dollar, that is a bad day. It's not a bad day for me. It's not a bad day for you. It's a bad day for the system, because it means that the system didn't work. And so, as I, squirreled there, privacy tokens, it took a 4-hour space with a lot of friends that I made up in like the FEG community. And when I say FEG, FEG, Feed Every Gorilla. And I think they've actually rebranded to some other token name. But yeah, I was driving from Denver to Austin in a blizzard. I feel like I've done that drive in a blizzard like twice or 3 times or thrice now. Very interesting. But it was a really long conversation, why privacy tokens were needed and why privacy payments. And so I got on board. I was on it. And so it was, as we want things to come more online, you know, we wanted, and this was before Roe v. Wade was overturned. So it was, if a woman wanted to pay for an abortion, she should be able to do that privately and be able to do that on blockchain. And that's where we the transparency of things can come into question. Should everyone know what doctors we're going to, why we're going to mental health patient, clinics, or are we, what payments are we receiving from certain mental health patients, or patients that are just trying to get help and have someone to talk to get through the day a little bit differently, because what they've been doing hasn't been working, and then so they're trying something new. Blockchain brings that transparency that we are not used to as human beings. Maybe those that are on social media are a little bit used to it, and I think that's why so many people on social media take so instantly to blockchain, because transparency. They're like, I just told the world what letter my poop looked like. Of course I want you to know who I'm paying and what I'm getting money from. So I think that that's a really easy thing for people that are of this social age of digital identities, are online and formed online. But for people that need a little extra help, for people that, where their jobs could be on the line because they, are getting help because they have a high stress job, or they have marital problems, or they're getting some sort of help that society might not agree with. Front-facing society says that, oh, we support you in this and this, but back end where the decisions are made, everything's held against you. We know this. So I felt that was where privacy was needed, so my great idea was, like, if we could standardize wallet addresses to a point to where, like, any 0xEEE address, whatever after that, is automatically standardized. One of the great things about Ethereum is we can't standardize addresses. A new monolithic chain would have to be made, and that would have to come through to do that. Where the first set of an address is specific to a medical industry piece. And so that is where we really work to see some of these monolithic chains coming up and building. Solana, we're going to talk a lot about Solana today. Or as Jim Cramer likes to say, Soldana. Yeah, oh my gosh, that was the greatest day. Jim Cramer is one of the best entertainers on the face of the planet. The inverse Cramer is real and is making money. Really, like, at this point, I don't understand. He says Apple's really hot to buy, so I'm like, I sold all my Apple. So yeah. But we're gonna go in. We see that someone hopped up on stage on Twitter. Shout out to Ying Yang. I hope that you are doing well. And we are gonna take a quick moment. Yin Yang, what do you have to say, sir? I see some hearts.
Yeah, I just want to join in and listen to what's up, you guys. Just love Zen,
That.
I want to hear what you guys got going. I love Zen, man.
Definitely, yeah. We are definitely going to be covering some Zen. So, please, personal, one things, having met Sun Tzu in person, meeting Jack in person, was really a really good time and really fun time. And so there's been a lot of stuff in the Zen community the last week and a half. And, I'd sent out invites. One, I've talked, me and Sun Tzu have talked a bunch about doing a space together, especially about onboarding people. I know that this was a very hot topic week. And so, but I just sort of, I shot them an invite to come join, so we'll see if they join us. If not, that's okay. It's, I want to talk more about what's being built because I have my own opinions and I'm grateful for whatever the fuck they do. Excuse my language. I've been told I need to work on my language. And so, yeah, but we'll go, Yin Yang, we'll go over Zen in just a minute because there has been a lot going on, but we're going to finish going over state of the blockchain real quick and, we'll get there, but thank you for joining us. We have, for those that don't know, we have the Jumbotron. We have the live video going on up in the Jumbotron. We are casting out. As we reset the room real quick, we are casting to 2 YouTube channels. We have Twitch, Discord, 2 Telegram channels, and I think Instagram Reels sometimes. No, I didn't set up the Instagram Reels for this show. And then Twitter Space. And then we have a quick shout out to our Twitch community. Show your best burp. What's up? Show your best burp. And so we have a little bit more to cover before we hop into the Zen piece. And so Yin Yang, I hope you hang out with us for that. I ask everyone to like, comment, retweet, subscribe, follow. Quote retweet allows you to retweet again. And so I'm going to take a quick moment to send out some more invites real quick. And maybe my lovely assistant can help with that. And sending out invites to TacoBytes. Maybe they can help with that on retweeting the space and tagging people in it to come join the 300th episode. So we're going to take 1.5 minutes to send out some invites. Hopefully you can do the same thing. Invite a friend that has an opinion. I want opinions. It is the 300th episode. Who knows how long we're going to go for, One, I do want to shout out to the people that I saw. I did see Irina earlier. Lissa, I see you down there. Dick, I see you, Dick. I hope life is good. And Lissa is an amazing builder. I've gotten to interview her a couple times, which is pretty fun. One cool shout out next week. We actually are interviewing a new blockchain that is in testnet right now. And we will be interviewing them live next Wednesday, I think it is. New Nautilus chain. So there's some pretty cool stuff there that we're going to be showcasing with them. Boop, 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 boop. Yep, we do. Let's see here. I wish I had a good setup for musical interludes. I don't know. Maybe we do have a good interlude. I I have that interlude. Don't let me get on a word scramble too early in the morning. It will turn into a bad thing. And we are going to go with our one of our friends. For those that don't know, Famous Dill. We're gonna go for this quick interlude.
How can I entertain myself? Is it all a dream? I feel away, and I don't wanna blame myself. When it comes to you, I feel ashamed. I should have left you back where you belong, but I was wrong. You took my trust and gave me nothing, just another rug. And now I'm back here with a vengeance just to fuck it up. You think that you would clever rugging me while I ain't rugged enough. And I'll be honest, even if they try to do me wrong, these other artists, they be rugged, then they moving on. I keep my conscience clear cause my collection stays strong. The diamond hand and focus on my vision, I be making some. How can I entertain myself? Is it all a dream? I feel away, and I don't wanna blame myself. When it comes to you, I feel ashamed. Got everybody wrong right now. We be vibing up the drugs right now. Give a fuck about hey, need love right now. Devs got pay, you got work right now. Smoking weed and buying NFTs, I'm fitting in. I say good morning before I brush my teeth and hit the gym. I tap on Discord just to check up on my messages. I had to make them private, redefining what relentless is. I need my people, they just love me cause they see my heart. Explaining 30 seconds, man, that shit is kinda hard. But I've been 30 crypto records deep and hit the charts. Tell them if they sleep on me, they sleeping on a fucking star. How can I entertain myself? Is it all a dream? I feel away, and I don't wanna blame myself. When it comes to you, I feel ashamed. Got everybody wrong right now. We be vibing up the drugs right now. Give a fuck about hey, need love right now. Devs got pay, you got love right now.
Now that was a good musical interlude. Bill is a pretty amazing person. I have not met many people that are taller than me and that are actually nicer than me too. That is a very weird combination. Most people that I've met that are taller than me, and I'm not a very nice person, so that's a very low bar, very low standard to meet. But just a very chill individual. So I'm going to finish sending this quick message real quick, and then we're going to move into Solana. Then we're going to talk on Sol, Sol, and then we're going to talk on Zen. So let's set this out. All right, so that is where we are right now. So as I was saying, Dill is he's crushing it. He's been making music for a minute. One of the NFT artists that I just love. Some of the other people that are amazing, people like Spotty Wi-Fi, and and his wife, Spotty Wifey, both amazing people in Web3. Just amazing. And who else? Emily Lazar. I like to call her Emily Laser because I don't know. That's what I see when I see her name. Dan the Lost Boy. But Emily Lazar has been doing some amazing things with September Morning. And so, yeah. But as we roll back, we're going to talk about Solana real quick. State of the Union, block, all of that jazz. Just some amazing things have been going on there. You have maybe heard me talk about this the last couple days, but one of the things that was really interesting was Solana University, and I got to meet the team with Solana University, and I've had a couple talks with a team of 2 leading 400 students, and then the students that have graduated helping back, the cohorts, which is pretty amazing. So it's pretty cool. But 5 of the kids got to present, and I'm just going to focus on one. All 5 of them were doing amazing things, but this kid literally was he's on his 3rd project that he's built. He's 18, just turned 18, and with using both the Solana blockchain, ChatGPT-4, a diffusion, and a model that he made himself in an avatar graphic that's running on chain. I've talked about this a few times this past week. Voice to text, and that text is then translated into an AI avatar that does sign language. I make memes, and this kid's almost a third of my age. No, oh man, I'm old. Yeah, no, half my age. We'll just say half my age. We'll be nice. Half my age, and he's literally making ASL AI bots. How freaking cool is that shit? That is amazing. And what he needed a monolithic chain like Solana to be able to do that. And so, what's hilarious is he had mentioned many other chains that he'd tried doing this on, and talked about the tech pieces of Solana that allowed different account creations that allowed him to do this and keep it anonymous for people, which is pretty cool. So that the model learns but keeps the data separately, and so that's sort of really cool. Other things that we had was wallet, textwallet.io. This group of kids, they had just come from LA as they were sort of doing their educational tour, and one of the things that they learned, they did some do good stuff in LA with the homeless population, but what they had learned is that every homeless person in LA is given a smartphone. And the reason for that is so that they can have access to services and notifications and, be part of society, because, everyone, the easiest way to be part of society these days is via the internet. And so they made a wallet, a distributed wallet via text message. And so I don't know. I think that is amazing. Now, distributed keys, so it's all powered by that text and a PIN that person creates. And they can literally send money back and forth via text message. And I just sort of, the innovation that people are building is just continually growing. And it's an amazing thing. As soon as one thing is built and everyone's mind is blown, now that gives someone else a great place to learn. Well, now let's think about doing this. Now that this is able to be done, we can do this on top of that. And so it's just one of those things to where I'm super happy with what it is. One of the really cool things that got pushed was compressed NFTs. And with everything going on with the SEC and Gary Gensler, a Degen, I will just call him a Degen, went and made a platform using the standard, and it is the simplest platform ever. It is upload a picture, name that picture, and upload a list of wallet addresses, and pay the cost. But it's compressed NFTs, so sending out 10,000 NFTs cost one soul. Right now, one soul costs about $16. So I can send 10,000 NFTs out for $15. It's just really amazing, the technology piece that Metaplex has sort of built within the compressed NFTs. And I'm really excited to see how that goes. Decaf was in the process. They integrated MoneyGram into hooks into the blockchain. So basically, via text message, I can send from my wallet to anyone in the world where there is a MoneyGram money. They don't have to be on blockchain. And within 5 minutes, that's the little MoneyGram process, it is approved and set for no fees. So I could make it big on Samo coin, and then I could send money to anywhere that there is a MoneyGram, no fees or costs, on ramping and off ramping. And these are the things that are amazing about blockchain. These are the things where people are looking beyond just the big four banks, all of the credit unions, all of the banks that are trying to do things right even. This is about unbanking problems that we have in this world, where people are getting locked out of access to their own funds, just based on location in the world. Blockchain brings everyone back to having a little bit of financial literacy, hopefully, but at financial access. And so that's one of the really cool things that really inspire me on it too, outside of just the transparency and the consistency of it. And like I said, I am transparent and consistent that I'm on the same worst Twitter show every single day possible. And so I want to thank everyone for joining us on today's episode of 300th episode of TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen. The best, worst Twitter show on the face of the planet. Or is it the worst, best? Yeah, we're going to go with the best, worst show on the face of the planet. And so we are consistent with that. And now we're going to we've talked a little bit on Solana, what's coming up. There's some amazing things coming up within some of the projects on Solana, new uses of different standards within NFTs. Huge shout out to Shanksy. This gentleman has programmed video games onto NFTs. So like, you have your Game Boy collection of Game Boys. Now you can have your NFT collection of Game Boy games. He is an amazing 8-bit artist. And I got to meet him personally, and I got to meet, and see what he was sort of doing, what he's been building by himself. And he's been piecing all of this stuff together. And so he's literally was able to make individual one video game and put it onto an NFT. And then make a player that recognizes it. So I just think that we don't even know what it's going to look like in 2 years, let alone a year. So this is going to be an amazing ride, amazing joy. I know we do have a new person up on stage. Before we hop in, Alpha Omega, welcome, GM. How are you doing today, sir? Or ma'am, or they? And if you are not wanting to speak right now, that is perfectly fine.
GM is good morning. I thought you were referring to somebody else, but GM is good morning. Give me a second to figure that out. Yeah, nice to see you. I just thought I'd listen and see what's going on. Taking a break from my massive work I was working on, doing a big new presentation for the coiners, the blockchainers, preparing to put my startup on the blockchain.
Amazing. What is your startup, sir?
Alpha Mega Energy is a breakthrough clean energy technology startup. We make clean energy fuel cell generators and generate electricity, sell the electricity. And we're going to be mining on our electricity.
Okay.
And, very, very possibly, very likely, I'm going to do a list an offering on the Pulse chain.
Okay.
That token looks pretty interesting. The potential future direction of that ecosystem, the very large ecosystem. So we'll see how it goes, but preparing some information did space yesterday, and a bunch of people in there asking questions. I did a big new presentation based on all the questions and feedback and whatnot. But it's an interesting a gap to bridge coming from the Silicon Valley traditional startup and VC raising model, and then the coin model, like coin tokenomics and ICO model is very different than that, and it's not something that a lot of these coiners are used to seeing. So it's because it's different. A lot of these people have a different attitude about that. It's so different for them for what they're seeing with these models. That some confusion amongst some of these people. So
Yeah.
need to do some education for them so they can understand bridging this gap.
Yeah.
It's a surprise that so many coiners don't really know about that style of raising, how that culture and system, ecosystem works. It's interesting. You would assume that they would all know, being techies or following this kind of technology, but a lot of them quite unaware. It's interesting.
Yeah. Alpha, I wanted to let you know, like, I'm 100% on board listening, and I want to talk about this some more. You have some really bad feedback going on. I didn't know if you knew that.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
You're clear now.
I forgot I was plugged into the socket, and it causes feedback on my phone. So sorry about that.
Not a problem. You are clear as a bell now. Pulse Chain is a very interesting ecosystem to build on. It's a good ecosystem. Where I sort of see it different is that it's people funded. This is a lot. This was some of the funny things where people were, I think someone just took the time to lay out a lot of groundwork for it, whether that person is loved, hated, or just not even known. That seems to be the three things on Richard Hart. It's either he's loved, hated, or not even known. But I sort of feel like he just sort of gave a platform for people to see what they would do. And, a lot of movement has moved to Pulse Chain. Seeing what people have done on it, it brought a lot of people into blockchain. The one thing that I am a little sad about it is that started from what I hear is that, it brought a lot of people to become educators, but then it turned a lot of people into maxis. And they sort of turned off from the rest of what's building. And if it wasn't Hex or Pulse Chain related, it wasn't for them. And that is fine. People can find their own cup of teas, but I feel like that might be something that can, that could narrow their scope of view, So, yeah.
There's definitely a cult sect over there of maxis, no doubt about it, that are incredibly, how to say it really politely, for lack of words to say anything but super polite, incredibly fanatical about pushing this Pulse Chain. And if any project were to come along and even suggest raising for something where even a single dollar would come off the chain, you will be viciously attacked by a bunch of dogs very, very quickly. It's not all of it. It's not all of their people, but there is a sect of that is incredibly fervently acolytic and gonna come biting you with the gnashing teeth, no doubt about it. Similar, I guess, to some Bitcoin maxis, but I've never seen Bitcoin maxis quite like that, quite like a So Attack Dog.
Oh,
It's definitely not everybody in the pulse chain. It's a small group of people, I would say, but they're very loud.
yeah. You know, I have met some Bitcoin maxis that you know, yeah. If you do anything else anywhere else, then you just don't want money, I guess is what they sort of say.
And it's all a scam. Anything but Bitcoin's all a scam.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is. It's all it's unfortunate. It's like they put one foot into the swimming pool. Okay, I'm going to put one foot into the blockchain swimming pool. I'm going to bash the existing system with all I've got passionately. That you need to get off that existing system and come to this one. But any further, like how dare you put 2 feet in the pool or actually play in the pool? Oh no, that's evil. Right? It's really contradictory, self-contradictory, and quite strange.
Yeah. No.
You know, they'll innovate 1 foot in, but don't you dare innovate anymore.
Yeah. It's you know, it was really hilarious how much Bitcoiners were that I friends with that hated JPEGs and NFTs until ordinals came along and inscriptions. And so I don't know, but I've seen some amazing tech come out of inscriptions. When I was at ETH Denver, there was a gentleman that was running his own independent Bitcoin node, and he was taking a camera that was then taking the Bitcoin block ordinal system and turning it into a representation of what the camera was seeing. So basically a moving ordinal organization piece. So basically ordinals, are reorganizing blocks so that more data can be fit in a block, but every spot was being positioned on the feed of a camera. So you could basically show your face as an ordinal, which was pretty cool. But there's a lot of cool new innovation pieces coming out on that, especially on multi-chain pieces and interoperability. So, there's a couple projects that are been doing Bitcoin to layer 2s or layer 1s solutions. Avalanche actually has more transactions and faster settlements on Bitcoin than Lightning, which is pretty cool. So you're talking about renewable power cells, via blockchain.
Yeah, I'm going to just mine coins that run a data center. We got a little bit of funding before, and by some Bitcoin traders, and they were farting around, like so many, raising money, trying to make a investment fund, and then invest in trade in different things, and they killed themselves when the ass fell out of the Bitcoin market. But before they killed themselves doing that, like so many traders do, they did fund us a little bit and had us build an Ethereum mining data center, but they didn't fulfill their contract that they signed with us to fund us fully. They only funded us a tiny amount, but enough that we got a pretty good start. It was certainly very appreciated, a little bit of funding, and got us underway, and we built quite a bit on it. So we built an Ethereum mining data center, but they didn't give us the money for our generators yet. So we're still working on getting some equipment manufactured on video. And I was initially going to power big factories, got a hell of a lot of demand from big factories. But of course, the big factories, they don't invest to startups. They definitely don't invest to clean energy startups, and at the earliest stage like this, they're not venture capital companies. But once these Bitcoin traders, they were interested in us mining on our energy, and they decided to fund us something, and I decided to now pivot to powering miners because it's just way easier for us, better business model. No marketing for customers. Everything is internal for us, and we can just scale the heck out of that. And it's just much easier, and it's much less capital intensive to do that than power big industrial power plants. So it's a nice fit for what we're doing. So we're just going to continue doing it until maybe one day the ass falls out of the blockchain market. I don't see that happening, but I think we can continue just building this, scaling it for at least a few years before we diversify back maybe into powering the industry again. So should be good. Nice.
Well, I say this with a grain of salt. Keep at it, keep doing it. My suggestions are keep it public as much as possible. It seems to be that everyone that creates some new form of clean power energy that does it privately and then, magically shows up to show how it works ends up expiring for some weird reason, and disappearing. So if you're at it, keep at it and keep it going, Do want to do some quick shout outs real quick. I see Crypto Little down there, Jennifer, TB, Ying Yang dropped back down, Max and Elena, welcome. And then want to welcome to the stage Action and Smart DeFi. So
who's Richard Hart, bro? Who's Richard Hart?
Ha! Man, if you don't know, he is the man with the largest diamond, per his say. Does that give that enough answer to you for you, Action?
Yeah, I think you covered it. I think I got who it is now.
Okay, yeah, no, definitely. I like listening to him at times. I think one of my most favorite interviews that he did was with Paul Barron. And unfortunately, one of the things where Richard sort of gets into, in my opinion, repetitive, like, all right, bro, is when he gets on the, I called the bottom, I called the top, I called this, I called that. No one listens. You're all dum-dums for not listening. But now when he gets talking for a minute on something passionate, you see his tone change, and you can sort of hear, where that mind is moving, and it's pretty cool stuff there. Action, how are you doing today?
Bro, any day above ground's a good day. I'm selling JPEGs this morning and tripling my money, so I'm doing pretty good. Nice.
That is a good morning. I know there was a new NFT that came out. I think it was like Friday afternoon. It came out Friday at like 0.23. And I'd given the alpha on it to a friend, and he like came back and gave me the biggest hug ever on Saturday morning, because he bought like 5 of them at 0.23 and then sold them for 8.4 the next morning. I don't know. When people say that the market is dead, they're just not looking. I think they're in their own little echo chambers, and so it's sort of interesting. But outside of selling JPEGs, how's everything else going?
Pretty good. I'm looking at going to a mining facility this weekend. Like, that's what I'm kind of trying to plan out right now. So,
where are you going?
A mining facility at an undisclosed location. It's basically at an oil field where we got flare gas and generators, turning it into energy and mining the heck out of Bitcoin and nice. Some
Cadena. Woohoo. All right. I actually have a friend that's building a casino on Cadena. You got to enjoy your proof of work chains. I really like when people repurpose, because there's a lot of excess energy at mining facilities. conversion facilities, oil, petroleum, etc., that gets wasted, but then people come through and they're like, hey, we can tap some of that to do something else as well and generate more value, which is pretty cool.
It turns out to be, I don't know. No, we don't have that many people in here. I'll just say this. It turns out to be free a lot of times because you end up getting carbon credits when you're actually taking care of the flare gas the right way. So like these oil companies that don't want to deal with it, if you are able to get the right partnerships and say, hey, I'll bring all the equipment and we'll take care of the flare right on site. It's free electricity to a certain extent of whatever they want to charge you, if they want to charge you, because they have to get rid of that excess flare gas somehow. And if they don't burn it, they're paying for it. It's the other way around. So if they burn it, it's cleaner. And then if they just let it go, so they would get in trouble if they're like just letting it go. So they get carbon credits for burning, the flare gas that comes with it. So I mean, technically, it's free electricity to a certain extent.
Yeah, and that is the biggest miner's overhead, other than the infrastructure behind it. And so, as we see infrastructure coming back into being streamlined, it becomes really easy to come set up and build those out. And economic energy, man.
Yeah, I'm the idiot over here in California. My peak hours during the summer is going to go up to like 80 cents a kilowatt hour.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not feasible to do it in some places. So it's a matter of not only like having the equipment, but like making sure that the infrastructure you're building out is in a place that it actually makes sense. Because like I wish I could do proof of work stuff here at home, but what I usually do, I run one ASIC just during the winter to heat my place. That's it.
Yeah. There's you brought up heating. There's a mining operation in Paris where they generate so much heat that they got a grant from the city of Paris to export that heat via piping systems to heat the hospital next door, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much purpose behind these things. You just got to look for it, Like my setup is super simple. I have one ASIC sits not in my basement, but it's in my garage, and I just feed it into the HVAC system, and we keep warm.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it is a really cool thing. One of the things that I want to get into a little bit, because I just think they're so hilarious. Have you seen the cricket miners?
I sure have.
Yeah, I think that those things, it costs $50 to build and run for like a year. And just on the offshoot chance that you solve, I think that's talk about gambling at its finest, but also, the possibility of a reward, I think is pretty hilariously cool. Raspberry Pis are one of the coolest things that have been pushed out in mass. I think they're highly underutilized in what they're able to do. But I think as we see more Internet of Things projects come along, and what like Helium is doing, what Nodal is doing, just off the top of my head, a couple companies that are doing a lot of IoT things, internet computer. There's a lot of cool opportunity there.
What are you doing, man? You're tickling the nerd in me. I thought I was going to come over here and sound cool. Now you're bringing all the stuff that I'm actually into.
Oh man, welcome to your daily bite of Degen. I do all sorts of things. Mostly, I go and listen and to people smarter than me, and I regurgitate that and work on connecting people and businesses. So I get to travel the world, going to blockchain conferences and hackathons, and seeing what people are building and seeing how to integrate it into things. So
Solid.
It's.
And I'll give you a third one as far as IoT stuff is concerned. There's a little unknown company called Crank, which is using proof of work blockchain. They're on Cadena, and they're basically doing what Helium is doing, but trying to be more fair to the network. And it profits like through the roof right now because it's super early on. I've been in it since last year.
Okay.
And I haven't really been pushing it that much. But it's been pretty darn good where you can get your money back in a month and a half, for the device, and then it's all profit from there. Like, I mean, it's a Helium in its early days.
Yeah.
But their goal is to be more than just Helium. Like they're actually looking at deploying devices. So instead of just selling the network, they want to sell devices as well and say, hey, you're already mining. Use those profits to run your, smart home. Use those profits to track your dog, and do all these other cool things.
Right.
But like you were saying, as far as here's why I bring it up. You also mentioned how cool Raspberry Pis are and all those good things. I think it's awesome, but it's all underutilized, right? Like even when you're running an IoT network using those devices, like there's a lot more compute power that you can use that's just being, untapped. And it's not going to really use more electricity or anything like that. It's just a matter of like harvesting that power. And that's the cool thing with Crank. They're actually looking at utilizing all of those nodes all over the place as Oracle nodes as well. So instead of just running an IoT network, which doesn't use a lot of compute power, they're going to do more of those devices. They're going to utilize it, for it to run a gigantic Oracle network, using it as, relays for all sorts of things. So it's a pretty cool tech. I don't know how far they're going to get, but it doesn't hurt when you can get your money back in a month and a half, and just reap profits from then on. So one of the other things that I'm in, Nodal, they just came out with their new app. This is alpha. Nobody knows about this, but I talked to the company who actually has Nodal miners. They are ready to go, basically. They're just getting shipping stuff done from China over to the US. So Nodal came out with a new app.
Yep.
Which is the hotspot app. So like, get your miners, old phones, and place them in one place and leave them alone. This company is actually putting them together, like with higher, with better like antennas for the Bluetooth and things of that nature, which also have a 4G SIM card slots, so you can have a real miner somewhere remote as well.
I've been running Nodal app. I think since July of last year. I'll give you some alpha on Nodal. Nodal moved chains. They moved from XLM to Polkadot to have their own parachain. And they just turned on XCM communication, so multi-chain parachain communication, and they are about to go live with a pool on Stella Swap, a Nodal dot incentivized pool, highly aggressively incentivized. So
yeah, it's a matter of getting in those things like first kickoff. I got to speak with Florian yesterday. I saw he was in a little tiny space, man. It only had like 40 some odd people. I messaged him, was like, dude, what's going on? Where is everybody? Like, I don't know, man. It's a bear market, I guess. I'm like, dude, like people are just missing out on good stuff that's happening. Then they're gonna come flocking, going, where was this? Nobody told me about this. But I guess that's how it goes.
Yeah, it is how it goes. One of the cool things, not only is it IoT things like Helium, there's also Hive Mapper, which pays for itself in about a month and a half, 2 months of driving. Demio for Internet of Things, basically you're paid to drive your car, and you get to own your car data and get paid for it. And then there's Pollen Network, decentralized cell phone service as well. Got to meet them at LA Blockchain Summit last year.
And right, so out of those, I'll tell you, Demo, they had a few issues with like the data that's coming out of there. It's good, but the real money is going to be on the larger fleet. I got a buddy that's working with them to actually switch, instead of just having the regular plug, having the plugs for like trucks and things of that nature, like not the ones we're used to in our cars.
Yep.
Owen is going a little bit down the drain. You might want to check what's going on with
I
those
will-
guys.
I will check out what's going on. I had just gotten an update last week, and I was hearing that there was a bump, but that there was some big partners coming in on that.
Yeah,
And the fact
they're
that I
trying
get
to bring it back is what's happening right now.
the fact that I get an eSIM from having an NFT is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You know,
100%. But their hope was that they were going to be the helium sweetheart, and that's not how it kind of went down. So that's why it's gone, I guess, a little south.
Yeah.
But I'll give you, something fun from HiveMapper. So HiveMapper, reached out to me. They try to get me to be an influencer for like 6 months. And I'm like, cool. Yes, I'll totally do it. You gotta rewrite the contract. I'm not willing to sign a non-disparaging agreement. So something I'm a stickler with is that, like, I want to be able to be honest about stuff. And if somebody makes me sign a non-disparaging agreement, that's out the window, because I can't say what I really think if they go downhill, if they fail at something.
Yep.
I just can't say it. Non-disparaging agreements to me is like the death of honesty. So like back and forth, well, not back and forth. It'd be like an email. It's like, oh, still up for it, but this still in there, so can't do it.
so they offered me they didn't have me give me a non-discouraging agreement, but the agreement that they had sent me was that they wanted me to buy the HiveMapper piece. And I'm like, if I'm going to be talking about it every day, I literally, since the conversation started, I've driven close to 30,000 miles stateside.
Wait, did you get one for free?
I did not. They wanted me to still buy one.
Did you buy one?
No, I have not. I haven't taken that dive. It's on the agenda of things, but it was one of those things.
I can get you connected. I can get you taken care of. Like I got that. It's a non-disparaging agreement, and it's part of a larger thing that they do.
Yeah.
And I can get you hooked up with Brian, and he'll get rid of the non-disparaging agreement and get you a free device, because they did the same thing early on with me. They were like, "Yeah, you should go buy it." I'm like, "But I'm not spending a penny on what you're doing. Like, look at who funded you. It's basically Helium, the new name. Like, I don't want to have anything to do with this." And they go, "Well, no, we're different. Yes, we took some of their money, but we're different." So like they finally came around. They're like, "Yeah, we'll give you a device and we'll take this out." So I can get you hooked up with that.
All right, yeah, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, no. I don't know. I'm just excited on a lot of different things right now. I'm like having ADD in blockchain is probably one of the coolest things, because you get to hear and see so many things, and then you want to just talk about it all, because we're talking about owning your data, integrating AI into that data piece, and subsetting it to one of the things that Pebble, the Pebble device.
Yeah, from IoTX.
Yeah. So
sorry, big nerd, man. I have no life. All I do is look at this stuff. So if you name something, I probably know it.
Yeah. So one of the things that I'd given them an idea on, and so they integrated the touch button onto the Pebble, to where you can you set that command of whatever that. And so it will broadcast to the network. And so the idea that I had for them, I was like, man, you should just have a button on there that you can press and that will broadcast, rather than any like the air temperature and stuff like that. And they're like, well, why would you want to do that? I'm like, well, let's just look at it this way. Every time I eat food, I push that button. And so enough broadcasts are made and enough data is collected. Let's take that time. Every time I eat food, what is the market doing? Because creating Dune analytic boards, I used to do a lot. I used to have a fun time doing that. I made some of the worst Dune analytic boards of comparisons. I think I made like a step-in board compared to new wallet creation, compared to I think it was bridges from Ethereum to Moonbeam, and was seeing some funny analytics there. So I don't know. It was sort of hilarious. Just all of the comparisons you can do with on-chain data, bringing them back and forth.
Yeah, those are really fun, because it's like correlation, doesn't imply causation.
Yeah.
But who cares if you're having fun?
Right. And then the correlation of it, you're like, wait, every time someone steps, there's a new wallet. Every time, every 10 steps, someone bridges. Huh. So yeah. Let's figure that one out. Let's see if there is any true correlation.
Every time I sell, the market pumps. Every time I buy, it dumps. I mean, there's lots of correlations.
Yeah. Someone asked me once why I didn't buy into a project, and I was like, because I wanted it to go up and everyone else to benefit.
I get it. I mean, that's why I like selling sometimes. I got to provide exit liquidity for people, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, really cool stuff. Man, you know, if you get bored, dive more into the compressed NFTs on from Metaplex on Solana. There's a protocol called Dust.Underdog protocol. That literally they just made the simplest UI of uploading a picture, naming that picture, and then uploading wallet addresses, and you can send out 10,000 NFTs for one soul.
I mean, one soul is not.
Yeah, one soul is $15, $16 right now. So, yeah.
I just got a call, so that's why I got cut there. My bad, dude.
No, not a problem. Yeah, but all right. Let's keep this moving for a second. Anything you want to add before we move over to Smart DeFi?
Yeah, I wanted to hear about Smart DeFi.
Heck yeah, Big J, how are you doing?
Yo, how's it going?
Man, it is an amazing morning. GM. Happy 300th episode of TacoBytes, man.
I seen that. I was like, holy shit, 300.
Yeah.
How often do you go?
Every day. This is the best daily show ever.
I like it's good so far. I got intelligent people on here having good conversation, bringing up some names that I haven't thought about in a while, and the fact that you guys have been in them and maintaining them for that whole time frame makes me a little jealous. So
hey, we are 14 years into this rat race, and we are still early. But I feel like that window is closing of being early with some of the stuff being created. I'm like, oh my God, this is way up advanced. So, man, and you've been building a bridge that people can do anything with.
Yeah, no, we're really proud of what we got going on. Just a quick introduction to doesn't know, our Pinky, aka Josh Johnson, co-founder of Smart Finance. It's a multi-chain DEX liquidity aggregator, and then we have the bridge function built in on top of it as well. So what it allows, is essentially trade on 7 different EVM networks: BNB, AVAX, Arbitrum, Optimism, and Phantom, all from one dApp. And then from there, you have the bridge function, which we're actually integrating the Arbitrum, Optimism, and Phantom right now for the bridge function. We were only live on the first 4, the ETH, Poly, BNB, and it. But the coolest part about it is it doesn't require you to switch into stable. It doesn't require you to ride a specific token. You can literally teach somebody to go from native token to native token with a click of one button. We've almost turned bridging into swapping when it comes to the amount of time it takes and the effort put into it. So, we're really proud of that. But I'll tell you what, Taco, what that allows us to do is some incredible new innovating ideas, right? So if we're doing token to token cross chain, and AVAX on AVAX chain to Bitcoin, Ethereum, or shitcoin on BNB, like direct to the coin, right?
Yep.
So if we then, and that's just a string of contract numbers, smart contract for a token. Why are we not able to buy NFTs utilizing that same cross-chain functionality? And that's where we said we should be able to. Another pain point, another bottleneck, in DeFi is that when I go to any marketplace or any mint page, I'm siloed into what
currency I'm actually allowed to pay with. Now tell me where that happens in real life at any other store. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't. You know, when you go to a merchant, they give you as many payment options as possible because those are all revenue opportunities for them as a merchant, right? And opportunities for you to buy their shit. So we have NFTs, right? They split the fees from the DEX and from the bridge. So those NFTs are minted on Avalanche. And we were only allowed to take Avalanche as a payment method. We could add a cross mint or something, cross mint for fiat, you know, if we wanted to, but that's not real DeFi. So long story short is once we created what's called the Nexus Payment Gateway, this allowed us to actually purchase our AVAX NFTs on our mint page, but allow people when they got there, instead of it saying 13.5 AVAX to buy this NFT, says is select your network, and then you choose the network to pay with, and then it says select your token, and then you choose the token you want to pay with. We had people using BNB, using Cake on BNB, using Burger token on BNB, and that was just our proof of concept, is that that's true interoperability. When OpenSea provides all the networks, but you still have to switch networks and have that currency in order to buy, that's just multi-optional. That's not interoperable. And that's what we aim to bring to every mint page, every marketplace, and every siloed silly snail in Web3 that's selling to one niche market. Now they can advertise to all networks that are available through the cross-chain minting. And I think that's very important, especially with how, you know, popular NFTs are. If you're just stuck, you know, imagine buying a Bored Ape but using your BNB to do it, or, you know, you staked a shit ton of cake and you finally released your cake and you're like, you know what, let's buy that Bored Ape and let's just pay for it with cake. At that point, you know, it's just streamlined, straight line right there.
I don't know. I bought a lot of my cake when it was $7. Now that it's at like $1.40, I don't think I'm gonna unstake my cake. I'm gonna keep compounding my cake. But
Part of the story in your wallet, right, Taco?
Yeah.
You get to choose. You get to. They say $5. You open it up. You say, I got some cash in there, but I'm playing poker tonight, so I need that. Let me give you a debit card. Oh shit, my bank account's empty because I'm in crypto now. Let me give you a Coinbase card. Wait, I got to transfer some shit. Let me just give you this credit card. The choice is yours, and it's up to you as the consumer to figure it out. And I think the store with more payment options, you know, same kiosk and same mall with the same product, same price. One lady takes and the other place takes check, debit, credit, savings, wire transfer, and clamshells. I have a feeling she's going to sell more sunglasses.
yeah, I agree with you 100%.
I agree with that as well.
One of the things that I'd always wanted to bring up to you that I thought that, you know, when I first heard you talking about this, that might be a down the road piece, is payment with multiple coins at once.
Ooh, look at you
We can
talking
do that.
So like let's say you know, I want to like pull out all my dust and a couple other tokens, you know, all in one transaction type of thing to pay with something. Now that would be cool.
That would be dope. I think splitting tender wouldn't be a problem. It would be confusing as fuck for some people that don't know what they're doing, but you know, from the base UI, it could be done.
Yeah. And where I got this, I think we were in a space and I was having to do something with Wormhole, and, you know, Wormhole allows you to do multiple tokens sometimes. So that's where I made those two connection thought points. And I just haven't had a chance to verbalize that to you, even after seeing you.
Great point, because a lot of the marketplaces allow that too. You can split the tender between wrapped and unwrapped, you know, pay with this portion and the remainder with this. So it can be done.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah. Shout out to Purecoin Drake joining the stage as well. You know,
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
I am amazing. Before we hop over to you, Big J, anything else you want to shout out, say before we move on for a second?
Yeah. Actually, I want to tell you real quick just about something that I put together for our community, and it's pretty cool. I think you'll enjoy it and like it and love it. It's an NFT collection, right?
Yep.
But 100% of the mint money goes towards giveaways and rewards, and then 100% of the secondary royalties, again, go towards giveaways and rewards. And they're called the Royalty Racers. And it's basically 100 PFPs of different one-of-one vehicles with our characters, our smart finance characters inside of them. So you have everything ranging from like a cartoon Scooby Mobile looking thing all the way up to Hummers and Lambos and trucks and, Dukes of Hazzard, like 4K, images. You have like a variety of shit. So long story short, we're minting these here soon on Salvor. It's an Avalanche marketplace. And basically, like I said, it's 100% for the community. I get nothing out of it for the dozens and dozens of hours that I put into personally hand making each one of the images. And through Photoshop, old school, not AI. So long story short, it's a really good cause, really cool for the community. And check it out. Your NFT becomes, if it's live, we do these races all the time with this website, right? It's a randomized picker, and you choose like what characters you want to race, and they'll have like sack races, cars, horses, camels, all this shit, right? And we've been doing this for years, giving away our NFTs left and right, forever. It's a great way to get your community. It's like a Rumble, but you physically get to watch the screen and see your number, your numbered sack racer or whatever it is. You get to see them racing across the screen. So you got like 30 people in the voice chat, like, come on, fucking 3, let's go, 3, what the fuck are you doing? Like freaking out, having a good time. So we decided to reskin the website and create it ourselves and utilize the NFTs in that randomized race. So if you own one of these NFTs, you show up on race day. It may be for 2 AVACs, it may be for 10 AVACs, it may be for 20, whatever we're racing for. You don't even have to show up, really, but you own it. And if your NFT, the Hummer, wins that race, then 10 minutes later, the royalties, the rewards are deposited directly to the wallet that holds the NFT. So if it's on the floor, it gives people time to go grab it off the floor. If it's just held in someone's wallet that's not watching the race, they'll just magically get the free AVACs. So it's a way to keep our vibe alive and keep something we've been doing for years going, but self-funded.
Nice.
What do you think? Creative, right?
It is, yeah. The gamification pieces that is one of those things that people have found is a good stickiness, bringing people back. One of the cool things that I saw a lot at the Hacker House was not only competitiveness on that nature, but also communities versus communities. To sort of help communities also participate and keep their own communities together. So like a community becoming the focal point for other communities to build on.
Absolutely. And the real thing for me is because we make no money off of it, what do we get out of it? Huge brand awareness. We get a funnel campaign to the real product, which is the Smart Finance OGs and the Limiteds, because they share the money from. So people come in, they're like, wow, you got a great thing. And then they find that there's actually something bigger on it, and they get involved. So that's the real goal.
Nice. Quick reset. I asked that whether you're joining us via YouTube, Twitch, Discord, LinkedIn, if you could hit that share, like, comment, subscribe button. Join us via Twitter, join us via YouTube. If you're joining us via YouTube or Twitch, I can see your chats. Huge shout out to Shanxi and Largest Burp. If you're on Twitter with us, joining us, please take a moment to hit that bottom right button, like, share, retweet, comment, quote, retweet, invite a person in. Let's talk on the 300th episode of TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen, the best worst daily show in Twitter. Consistency and transparency is key. And so I'm consistently doing it at the worst times possible. So that is why we are the worst, best show ever. We have amazing people that have joined us so far today. We've been talking about clean energy being built on chain. We have talked about IoT devices and different ways of blank to earn. Went on about the state of the blockchain from my soapbox point of view. And remember, I am just one point of view. I get to talk to so many different people that I am a consortium of ideas, and have realized I haven't really heard too much of a bad one yet. I think maybe the funniest, worst one that actually would appeal to people is a gambling platform originally called Twatternaut, and I convinced him to introduce the male genitalia. So it's what was it called now? Dick or Twat? I think it was called Dick or Twat. Gambling platform of figuring out what that image is based off of AI images. And, even that is being built on chain and allows for people to do stuff that interact and have fun. And everything goes to their own people, So as we bring things more on chain, it's just interesting to see what's being built. And then we have amazing builders like Big J building multiple payment source bridges. You don't have that one thing, still pay for it in what you have. Sort of like taking the money changer out of the equation and doing amazing things with that. And, building a community behind that. And aren't you building a DEX as well? Smart DeFi?
Well, yeah, no, that's all wrapped into right now. We've been live for about 6 months on 7 networks for trading, and then the bridge has been live for months on 4 networks for bridging. So, yeah, currently we're under maintenance because we're adding those other 4, and because all the NFTs split the fees, right? Mm-hmm. It's a lot more than just adding the network. It's hooking it up to like smart contracts. It's a smart contract spider web for everybody to get paid. So it takes a little second, but yeah, we're definitely hoping to be, capture the market share like a Walmart or a Kayak or something like that, where when you come to our DEX, you're guaranteed multiple liquidity sources for the trade. So we're pretty much ensuring you the fastest finality, lowest slippage, and least price impact available, because we source out through multiple liquidity sources rather than just if we're having a bad liquidity day on that pair. You know what I'm saying? You suffer if you go to a competitor of ours who only has their liquidity pool for that pair. If we source through all liquidity pools, you're going to get a better deal because we're going to find you the better deal, because we don't care where it comes from as long as it's the best deal.
All right, amazing. We're gonna go to Drake for a minute, and then we're gonna talk about the state of Zen and everything that's been going on there, and we're gonna touch on Zen for a minute because that's been a hot topic within the Zen community, and I am a Zen friend inside and out, and so that's been something that's been talked about a lot. So we'll talk on that shortly. And then, we'll go arounds, but, Drake, welcome, Pure Coin.
Thank you for having me. How are you?
Man, I sent you the invite and you showed, and I want to thank you for that. I am doing well. It has been sort of a really amazing week. We have, on one channel we have you, and on YouTube we have another amazing person, Shanksy, and I'm grateful that I got to connect the two of you guys today. He thinks that you're amazing, and you think he's amazing, and I just love connecting amazing people. Are you there, Drake?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Oh.
It cut out. I don't know what happened.
So then I will repeat what I said. You're an amazing person. So
thank you.
Make sure that gets through.
I feel the same about you. Definitely. I'm excited to be here. You got a lot of new updates and all kind of great things happening over here at Pure.
Yeah. And you recently had a coin sale, an IDO for the new version of the ETH Pure coin. I have a question for you. and I'm going to put you on the spot on stage. I was a BSC token holder. Is there something in there for me to bridge over my BSC tokens to ETH, or do I have to just go and buy ETH tokens now?
No, absolutely not. So we haven't launched the ETH token yet. So if you are a BSC holder, you will get airdropped the new ETH token.
Woo! When is that snapshot taking place? So should I go and stack up more BSC tokens?
Do that. No, we've turned it off. So the BSC is off. We are focused on. We are doing a small raise for the ETH token just to add more liquidity to it. Okay. And we have a bunch of different options or benefits to jump into the ETH private sale. But right now we're working with Elevate as our contract developer, and they're doing an amazing job. You know, their communication is top notch just to make sure this contract is as swift as possible so we can get those fees down as much as we possibly can. And we on the sideline, not just with Elevate, but we're also building a team. I just hired a strategist that's full-time for Pure Technologies Corp, helping with the CRM, with Pure Social, and any other products moving forward. I'm starting to interview actual sales reps. I posted a link a couple weeks ago, and we have several hundred applicants that are looking for sales jobs that are interested in what we're doing. And so they're not just in Florida, they're, all over the United States. So we're really focused on building the team instead of rushing the ETH launch. We really sat down and focused on, what we need to do to not only push the ETH, but also push the company into the next level.
Okay, nice. And, I know your story in and out a little bit. And, I know the first business to integrate with PureCoin was a ice cream truck. You have now 80 businesses or 82 businesses using the...
We're actually at 103.
103 businesses actually using the PureCoin POS.
Yes.
And for those that don't know, I'm going to give a 100,000 foot overview if I miss anything, but basically it's a modular POS tool that businesses can use for smaller transaction fees on credit cards, like a 1.25% instead of the normal 3%, if I remember right. And so that they're getting more of their money. But then you're taking any sorts of forms of payment, whether it's crypto, credit cards, cash, any sort of point of sale piece that they can choose. But then you have different modules that they can integrate that allow them to run their business a little bit more efficiently, and brings them, a little bit more into the 21st century rather than the old ways. Is that the short piece of it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a CRM and point of sale system. So they get the management of their business side. They can bill out invoices, create contracts, send out emails, use the AI to build out Facebook, Twitter ads. But they also have the point of sale side where they can not only manage their entire business, but also create transactions in live time. So right there, just like you're at a gas station, they can ring you up, and now you have the ability to pay with credit card, debit card, and crypto. And kind of one thing you were talking about earlier about splitting payments, they can absolutely do that with our point of sale. So if you called it Dust earlier. If you want to pay with your Dust and then finalize the transaction with Ethereum or BNB or some type of stable, that's absolutely possible. Whatever gets the business owner the funds for the transaction is our goal. So we do have over 103 businesses using it. They're all very different types of businesses, lawyers' offices, ice cream truck, restaurants, automotive service and businesses. So you can get your car tuned up, oil changed, tires rotated. And we just stepped into a new arena, which is what put us over the 100 at gas stations. I met with a guy that had a string of gas stations, met him through the guy hired for strategy, and they're going to be putting Pure point of sale system in their gas stations. So now you can literally go get gas with whatever currency that you want to pay with. If it's not Visa or MasterCard, you can pay with crypto and go about your day. So we're really pushing it to be as a vital software as we possibly can.
Right. Nice. That's, one of those things that we're seeing. And so and so the end user, the business themselves, they get the I hate saying this, the cryptos. I hate saying the cryptos. But they get the coins and tokens that a person pays with, correct?
Correct.
So with that, it is their choice to sell, collect, or do whatever, but then they're able to pay that to other businesses or other people as well, their employers and their employees as well, right?
Correct. So yes, they have the ability to hold it, exchange it. We're actually going to use Smart Finance's tool for exchanging. We're going to integrate that into the CRM, but they can do whatever they want with the currency. If each CRM has its own wallet, they can pay employees with it. We do have a payroll module on there where they can create actual payroll regardless if it's crypto or not. But of course, we push crypto, so we make it a ton easier for them to be able to pay their employees in crypto. They can do whatever they want. We even give them the ability, after they've used the CRM for 30 days, to pick and choose which currencies they accept in their business. So they start out with all your normal currencies like BNB, Bitcoin, Ethereum, SHIB, and your normal tokens that everyone's trying to use to buy things with. And then as they grow and understand more about cryptocurrency, we open it up and let them pick and choose what they accept in their stores.
Nice. Next week, I have a really amazing interview with Nautilus Chain and Zybeck Labs. You might want to hop in on that because they've been doing the employee payment HR system for a moment now, and they sort of started on Solana doing that and pushed that out, and there might be some cool integrations and synergies there as well. So keep your eye out on that for next Wednesday. I know one of the really cool things that I like about you is that you take everything, and figure out a way to use it, So, yeah.
Hey, can I say something?
Of course.
So the thing I think I'm most impressed with as a feature of PureCoin and the whole thing, right, is what really got me sparked up was I've already talked to every downtown business in my town because I frequent coffee shops to do my business everywhere you can imagine. So I'm pretty much known as the crypto guy. So back in the day, I'd given information on how to just have a MetaMask so our people could, our friends could take crypto if somebody off chance came in and wanted to pay with it. So I had them set up with their QR codes and a piece of paper and shit. So then I meet Drake, and I'm like, bro, this is great because then I got a bunch of businesses that would love this. And then he explains to me how there's the PureCoin reward system. And it's almost kind of like if you go to the coffee shop and you get a punch card, 6 coffee is free, right? Well, imagine if that 6 coffee didn't have to be a coffee, but it could be anything that was in that network of point of sale system. So next door there's like a gift shop, or next door there's a bakery, or next door there's this and that. You could then take your rewards that you earn from utilizing through the system. You could go buy something at a different store with those network reward system. Am I correct, Drake?
Absolutely. He's absolutely right. You can, if you go to the ice cream shops or the service centers for your vehicle, you pay with PureCoin ETH, you earn points, and those points can be used at any business that's using the CRM. So, you get your tires changed, you earn enough money to go get a haircut or go have dinner for the night.
No. It's an interesting thing. And then you have, the idea will be that the PureCoin holders will benefit from the use of the network, being almost like an in-house, membership and discounts to other businesses using the PureCoin system, almost expanding a membership network, and show its own little loyalty program.
Yeah, absolutely. And our one of the main goals for that, of course, is another benefit for the holders, but it's also a benefit for the business owners. The whole journey with this is trying to find a way to benefit the crypto holders and the business owners to push crypto adoption, and to get them more involved, of course. Well, with this reward system, not only do we reward the actual holders of the token, but we also benefit the businesses by basically free marketing, because we're going to continuously push those businesses to not only accept more PureCoin, but we're going to shove those businesses down our holders' throats constantly. If you're in Mobile, Alabama, these are the list of businesses that accept PureCoin, and you can check your points here, and just every business is going to be constantly being advertised in a market that they're not used to being advertised in. And typically, crypto holders, once they find out they can spend crypto somewhere, they're more inclined to go to that particular business because it's a new experience for them. Because right now, most crypto investors, they're sitting down all day, they're trading, they're talking to other crypto people. They don't actually get to interact with that crypto in real life. So now it's a whole new experience, not only for the holder, but for the business owner as well.
Yeah. No, and that's just one of those things where it helps it slowly seep into daily use. One of the things that I do wherever I'm at is I try to go to my Crypto Monday events, wherever they're at in the world, wherever I'm at in the world. This past week, got to go to Crypto Monday here in New York, and Unlock Protocol was there. And one of the things that Patrick was really sort of talking about was we are almost like an echo chamber in the use of blockchain. But then as we expand that use, we need to continuously use the tools that allow us to pay and receive and interact with daily life. Just collecting bags is one thing, but it's not really pushing it into full use. And so I think little tools like this really help us interact, get used to spending it just as much as buying and collecting it,
I agree.
I was going to say
100%.
I was going to say something again. I like to comment. It's even just the regular point of sale, so new chip readers and all that. Like, that was such an easy sell for a salesman to go door to door and say, hey, here's a new fancier one that takes chips and you can tap and all this shit. Plus we'll discount your fee a little bit, and everybody signs up left and right. So the concept behind this is now you got business owners that are thinking ahead, right? Maybe they're a little savvy and they are thinking ahead that they're going to need to take some crypto. So when Drake walks in the door and says, not only will I give you what you have, I'll give you more than what you have, I'll make it cheaper, and I'll waive every transaction fee, and you can take crypto, it sells itself. I set up 5 meetings for Drake to come to my town, and here's the reason why I did it. Because not just like to help, but like, think about it. I want to build my little network of shit that I frequent daily, these businesses that I buy from on the regular, and filter them into the Pure network so that way I can benefit, because I might not be in Mobile, Alabama. But if I can set up a network of Pure in my town and then utilize it, I could start benefiting right away. So, and it was an easy sell, you waive that every transaction fee and then you lower the percentage fee. Holy shit. You'd be a dumb business owner not to take it.
Absolutely. And just to touch base on what Josh is saying, when it comes to transaction fees, Visa and MasterCard transaction fees with Pure CRM are only 1.2%. So versus Square or any of these other CRM point of sale systems, they're 3%, maybe 2.8 and up per transaction. And then they charge a fee on top of that, which is like, a couple pennies, but it's still money. So we not only don't charge for the CRM, but we also only charge 1.2% on Visa and MasterCard transactions. And then to benefit them even more, if as they're accepting PureCoin ETH, the longer they hold that PureCoin ETH, the lower their transaction fees get, even down to zero. So if they hold PureCoin ETH for at least 90 days, and we give them a window too. If they take in $10,000 worth of PureCoin ETH, we incentivize them to hold at least 70% of it. So the longer they hold it, the cheaper that their transaction fees get, even down to zero. And they even earn free web development, free Facebook marketing, free Google ads, stuff like that. So we're not just saying, hey, here's a cheap system, use it and accept crypto. We're also going to continuously give them new benefits to continue to interact with crypto and PureCoin ETH.
Okay. Nice. And that's just something that looks, you're just continuously building on, and continuously going and growing, so both using and holding. So a little bit of 2-in-1 there,
Yeah, absolutely. We want to, of course, help with mass adoption. And we want to push the CRM and get real small, because small businesses are typically shit on. They're last to get new technology. They're last to benefit from anything that all the big box retailers or online stores are benefiting from. So now they get a CRM that doesn't cost them anything. It gives them AI technology so they can write their emails, their contracts, their estimates, their Facebook posts, whatever it may be. They can use the CRM for that. And then, of course, they get blockchain. They get to actually benefit from all these currencies. So they hear so much about, whether it's good or bad, but they get to now build their own experiences. We go into businesses all the time and they're terrified of crypto. And then as we break those walls down, they start using crypto as transactions. They start building their own experiences where they see, okay, well, I can see that this article that I read is a little far-fetched. Now that I'm starting to interact with crypto, I see that it's not the worst thing in the world. It can actually benefit us in different ways. So,
man, it's one of those things where give opportunity to accept more forms of payment, and you have the opportunity to make more money.
Yep.
This is one of the things where I've always sort of not understood, chain maxis, or those that just ride NFTs, or those that just ride tokens. You're limiting yourself. So yeah, it's an interesting piece there.
Hey, Taco.
Yeah.
Max here, Max Man. It's the first time on your program. I absolutely am thoroughly enjoying this. Every subject. Pure here. You have just piqued my interest because I've known this is coming. I've only been in crypto for 2 years. I'm pretty much a novice still. I'm just sitting here learning like crazy. But on these transactions, obviously, if somebody's buying a cup of coffee with crypto, is gas a factor? I mean, I'm just curious how this works. Do I swipe a card, and then is it like, am I leaving a thumbprint, and then eventually somebody knows that I bought that coffee, or is this like cash and I just handed you, and there's no paper trail? How does that work?
So great question. One, I want to talk about the actual transaction part first. So when we first started this, we were doing, each CRM would have a QR code that, for basically lack of funds, we had it printed out. So the CRM QR code would be at the front of the register, and when you wanted to pay in crypto, you would scan it, and it would give you a bunch of options of which token, and then you follow the steps. And it was very lengthy. 30, 45 seconds. It took a minute, right? Which, of course, didn't make the transaction smooth because, you got social anxiety and the guy behind you's freaking out because they're taking so long. So as we grew and we tried to fix that process, I actually met with a company that has crypto transaction terminals. And it's the same concept as what we are doing, except for it's completely digital. It has a keyboard on it and a little screen, and we're able to brand it ourselves. So it has our logo on it. Everything looks as perfect as possible. So the QR code in the front actually changes every couple of hours, and the business owner can change the variation of the times that it changes, which makes it more secure. So now you just scan this QR code. You let the, of course, business owner know, hey, I'm going to pay in crypto. And they're going to say, okay, cool. Which token would you like to pay in? And you say BNB, they click a button and the QR code generates, you scan it and it automatically populates whatever wallet that you're paying with. It'll populate the amount that you're paying with and you just hit accept. Just like that. It's very simple. And to reference it to anything like how you would be considered paying, it's very similar to cash. It's still crypto, and we will always be decentralized. Even with PureCoin ETH, I don't plan on joining some crazy exchange for clout or anything like that. I want to be as decentralized as possible, and I want to keep that flow within the CRM as well.
Max did that.
Gas fees. So gas fees, we try to with PureCoin ETH, we have more control, of course. There's 0% transaction fees with PureCoin ETH in general. So if you have PureCoin ETH and you go to a business that has our CRM, we don't charge any tax or anything extra for you to make that transaction, not only for the holder, but for the business owner as well. So when it comes to gas fees per transaction, it's really up to the holder of whatever currency. You have to figure out which currency you're going to pay with to make it as cheap as possible for you as the holder. Eventually, I'm sure we'll figure out a way to make gas fees cheaper within the CRM, whether it's giving extra benefits to offset the fee, or if it's other ways. But we're always going to be working on a way to make gas fees cheaper. But of course, most of the time it's going to be out of our control.
Yeah. And so I think they're one of the things that, giving a user choice between choosing which network to pay on, gives them that control of the gas fees. And Max, I don't know, did that answer your question on that piece?
It absolutely does. But I can, as a consumer, I can control my cost by using your PureCoin ETH, which is your own token, I'm guessing, correct?
That's the whole point, and I'm super happy that we said that.
I got to think the typical halfway intelligent consumer would just, keep a couple $300, $500 worth of PureCoin ETH in their wallet and make their transactions as simple and as quick and as cheaply as possible.
Especially if you're anything like me. I plan my purchases. Of course, I have the random purchases throughout the day or week or whatever. But like if I'm going to buy anything like grocery shopping, I go grocery shopping every day on the same day, every week. I know my purchases. So like if I know that I'm fixing to go spend several $100s and I'm only going to go to places that have the CRM, then I know that I need to load up, watch the chart, load up at the right time, and that way when I go to these stores to pay, I have enough PureCoin ETH to cover all my transactions, and I've saved myself several $100s by just using PureCoin ETH. And then on top of that, I likely profited because we're always going to be pushing this token. And if you spent $300 on a Tuesday, that $300 might be worth $600 on a Thursday when you go do all your errands.
Yeah. No, I love the concept. I love the idea. How much competition you got? How many other people are trying to do this? Or are you?
So I was in NFT New York, and I went for many reasons. I wanted to meet Taco again. We actually didn't even get to meet up in New York, but the main reason I went is because Salesforce was going to be there, and I wanted to hear them talk and see what their plans were. And they don't have any plans for like this crazy crypto acceptance. They were actually doing an NFT thing, which really pisses me off. But I'm sure there's other companies that are going to be coming out with crypto payments, and that's beautiful. That's what we want. We want bigger companies to push crypto acceptance because that's our goal. We want to be we want mass adoption and all these other things, but what we do is much different. We're not just pushing mass adoption. We're also focused on mass education. We go in, we teach these businesses. We're constantly helping them learn more about crypto. And these big box software companies, they're not going to do that. They're going to push out an update to their software, their CRM, say you can now accept crypto. There's going to be a couple of bullet points to get you through the first transaction, and then you're fuck off. So we are going to continuously push mass education as we push mass adoption. We even have an application coming out here soon. We have people beta testing it now that helps businesses and regular people learn more about crypto. There's classes they can take. They earn rewards. They earn certificates, and then it has a social aspect too, where people can communicate with each other and learn more about crypto and constantly grow within the space without being forced to jump on Twitter or Telegram, where it's just a wildfire of bullshit. So what makes us different is not only the price point of our CRM and our transaction fees and crypto acceptance, but we also are focused on mass adoption. Mass education.
Very good.
And Salesforce is never going to sit down with the business owner and help them learn what the difference between BNB and Bitcoin is, because typically the small business owner thinks they're all the same. No one's ever going to actually do that. So we do that.
No, I love the concept. I love what you're doing, and it's time. It's time for this for this technology to move forward, because crypto is just, I myself, at only 2 years in, and just recently have explored two blockchains outside of Ethereum in the last 3 months. I'm ready to do transactions. I'm ready to buy lunch with my crypto.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, are you in Florida or anywhere in the Southeast?
No, I'm in central. I'm in Indiana, Carmel, Indiana, north side of Indianapolis.
Okay. I'll be in Chicago soon with Josh. We'll be signing up some businesses, but right now you can go all over the Southeast and eat with your Ethereum. Get a tattoo with your Ethereum. Get a haircut. Get your oil changed, tire rotated.
My kid's in Tampa, so I will actually probably next time I'm down there in a couple months, I'll do that.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. Like me, I'm a lazy Degen right now. I just attached my Coinbase card to my phone, tap and go. So I pay for everything. I use the famous pull-out method with centralized exchanges. I only transfer in what I want to spend, and I tap away and spend my profits. So I love being able to do things like that. So yeah, no, Drake, anything else you want to touch on before we move into one of our final categories of the day?
Sure. If anybody that has heard me talk, if y'all have any questions or want to schedule a demo of the CRM, please let me know. You can reach out to me on Twitter or Telegram. I'll likely just give you my phone number. We'll talk a little bit, and I'll get you a Zoom meeting set up to demo the software. Our private sale for the ETH token is live. You can go to our website, which I'll tweet right after this, and check it out. You do have the option to earn 5% not commission, but profit sharing. So what we're doing is instead of hiring hundreds of sales reps, we're going to take what we would pay sales reps commission wise, and we're going to put it in a bucket, and we're going to do profit sharing for our private sale investors. So not only do you get the profit from the pure coin ETH itself, but you also get to earn actual money on a monthly basis as long as you're a holder, which could be, however, we did $600,000 in March in transactions. We did a little over 50 in crypto. So fiat and crypto, $650,000. We just launched in February, so we're really knocking this out. So the private sale is open, very profitable to join, and I hope to get to know everybody a little bit better.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, no. It is yeah, this is one of those things to where slight little adjustments to every day, and finding more and more ways to bring businesses online or on chain, I think is one of those things to where one, a CRM tool, people think that it's just a biz dev tool, but it's also a business development tool in the fact that managing a business, asset, knowing what's in your store, Asia control. It's one of those fun things. I find it fun because I like tracking things. Analytics is one of the funnest things to do on tracking, on seeing how pairings go, bringing that knowledge into trading, what I like to call ratio trading, because, we sometimes peg everything against a dollar when, you're trading two exotic tokens that neither one of them is a dollar, and figuring out which one you want more of. And so ratio trading, I think, can set people up for a better, when they're looking at it from that perspective, they can set them up for a better future. But then it allows them to benefit from real world benefits of spending it and buying things like gas. We talk about gas transaction fees, and I know, I think that was one of the things that Max sort of hit on first. Depending on what network you're using, that's something that we can't technically control because it is how busy the network is. One of the things that Ethereum Foundation has recently moved from doing any major upgrades to making ETH the main power source of everything, instead making it the settlement layer, and that ZK rollups and layer 2 rollups are the solution, rather than and just making sure that ETH is the settlement layer that is the machine that keeps everything running. That level of security, sort of like I came up with this idea, this thought pattern last night. Back in the day, gold used to back the dollar, and so right now we have ETH sort of being the backing of all of these layer 2s, and so yeah. And then just so you know, Drake, Shanksy asked me to let you know that he loves hearing you speak. He loves your voice on all of this stuff. So he's joining us via YouTube. Yeah, he's joining us via YouTube.
I appreciate you having me.
Yeah.
As always, it's a pleasure to talk to you. And if you have any questions, or any of you guys have any questions, please feel free to reach out. Our private cell is on itspurecoin.com. I'll tweet it. Take a look. If you want to ask questions or see a demo before you invest, that's totally fine. I'll get one scheduled for you.
Yep. It is an amazing thing. So one of the things that I want to go on to real quick now is Zen. There has been a lot of stuff going on with Zen lately in the community, and I'm going to first give my position 100% and then open it up for discussion. We had a gentleman come along, I want to say just about a year ago, with this idea. Actually, let's see, August, September. I want to say September. So so 9 months ago, came through with this idea of remaking the idea of Bitcoin, of a new non-pre-mined token that anyone could have, and so the fair distribution of it was as far as communications went. Just by paying gas fees, you could participate. Fast forward that, he continuously talked about proof of participation and participation in everything, not just a few things, not just a thing here or there, and not even from a whale aspect, of going in big, throwing everything you have behind it, but just, the aspect that by participating regularly, people could benefit. And that person is Jack Levin. And I talked to Jack and Sun Tzu to see if that they could come join us today, but they had some other things obviously on their plan, but and not able to join us. But there's been a lot of talk lately about the new distribution of X1, and I want to go through that a little bit, because my point of view is a builder came along, built something that people were able to benefit from. They then built another thing that people were able to benefit from, and now they're building another thing, and that people that didn't participate in everything, or that just participated in one thing, are upset that they're not being looked after. And in my point of view is, don't let a gift horse in the mouth, but also don't bite the hand that feeds you. One of the great things about blockchain is anyone can go and build and develop what they want. And I know that there's been talks even of people saying, well, we're going to wait until X1 comes out and then we're going to go fork it. Or on the opposite hand, they want someone else to go fork it. And my point of view is one, you can go do that. Go ahead. And the question is, you're going to wait for someone else to go build something, and then you want someone else to go fork it for you. And the thing about a fair distribution model of where someone is only paying gas for the creation of a token really brings a new mindset. We saw this with Bitcoin. We saw this with other proof of work chains. And I personally believe that builders should just go build. Jack has sort of taken a point to where he is a chaotic degen. He likes to go stir up things because he's doing things according to his own path. It rubs a lot of people the wrong way, and it also resonates with a lot of people, and so for me, I have seen participation both in Zen across every single chain except for Doge chain. I'm sorry. I did some degen things on Doge chain, and I just was not a fan of it. It was fun, but hey, that was my lack of participation. I chose not to participate there. For those that made it big on Doge chain, heck yeah, go you. The next piece of it was, then we saw Zen NFTs. Then we saw DB Zen come along. Then we saw Joe came out with Phoenix. And then we saw different tokens that Jack and Sun Tzu did to sort of work out their ordinal system. Is that rain? Oh, okay. And that was, first Pussy, then it was Buffy, and then it was VMPX, because Jack got the moniker Vampire Chain because was, sucking people from other communities. And really, it was just sort of borrowing because people didn't really leave the communities they were in. They just went to go do something while something else was, in a comatose state for a minute. And what I think it did is it really allowed people to learn about more chains and bring more activity. I have seen the Zen community bring amazing things around. People that had only been focused on one chain, only doing, that one chain piece. And now they're across 10 chains and or more. And so what I have seen the Zen community do as a community is really stress test different layer 2s and layer 1s to the point to where like Moonbeam, I'm heavily in the Moonbeam dev community. Devs sort of freaked out that the chain was getting used so much that there wasn't a, memory storage became a major issue. And so it was really interesting in that aspect that, upgrades to the network had to be done, and not to look at it in the aspect of, how do we stop this? But the chain just wasn't prepared for it. 10,000 new wallets came on board to Moonbeam through Zen. 6,000 of those wallets were active participants on multiple chains. This is amazing stuff. This is things that new projects have not yet been able to do yet. Yet almost overnight was able to expand people's view of being on more than just one chain and seeing how to participate on multiple other chains. And so there was a lot of talk for a while about a Zen DAO. And I believe that a Zen DAO doesn't have a purpose. And the reason I think that is because if we're thinking, if something is following first principles, then no one should have a say on whether or not someone can do something. If they are following the code, and Jack's made it very clear that as long as they're using the burn function within the contract, then that qualifies them to be part of the Zen ecosystem. We're not trusting people, we're trusting code, audited code. And to do exactly what it says it's supposed to do and not have any hinkies along the way. And so that has positioned a lot of people to be in the green. And it so far to the point that those people that are so far in the green think that they should have a larger voice than those that don't. But really, it all comes down to one person, two people, and the team behind them that have been building this platform, this network for everyone to use. When's the last time you airdropped Zen to someone else? I've airdropped Zen NFTs to other people to get them on board. I haven't done a lot because I realized that, hey, this got picked up a lot faster than I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to take a year, 2 years to start picking up steam like it has. A hyperinflationary token, for 8 years still has, almost 7 years in the going. But what's really cool is a lot of projects have come along to step up of like, let's burn Zen. We got DB Zen, we got Zen Doge, we got Exlon, we have Xenon, and we have different projects building that are all using that burn function. So taking a hyperinflationary token and burning it to where more is being burnt than created at times. And I think that's an amazing thing. That is a sign of builders coming along and using something and building on it, which is amazing. And I just sort of am amazed that people think that they now can say, like, I have a lot of this, and so you need to serve me. They're talking first principles, that being the thing, but then they're saying, but you have to do what I say. I think one of the things with a Zen DAO is it gives a neck, a throat for someone to choke. 2, what is the purpose of a Zen DAO? To tell people what can or cannot be built on Zen? To fund projects? Well, where is that money going to come from? Is it going to come from the Zen community? Is it going to be forced? Is it going to be optional? Well, why doesn't that builder do what every other project has done before and bootstrap themselves and not expect other people to pay their way? There's a million ways to earn money in blockchain, from raising funds, grants, to, going to a community for help, rather than just being able to have a certain few, fund themselves with votes, and that's sort of one of the things that I think is sort of, DAOs get overplayed, but DAOs also get played too much. And so I think that this is one of those things to where it's a hot topic. It's really hard. I'm sitting back and eating popcorn watching this, but at the same time, I'm scared because what used to be a building and onboarding community has turned into almost a toxic land of, I have more, so I should be able to say what's going to happen next. And that is not what, to me, Zen was about. That is, to me, is not what the ideas of Zen is about. And I think Zen is something so different that people don't yet have a full handle on all of the mechanics, all of the shuffling of it, I guess you could say, the gamification that, and people always say game theory. And I think that they're setting themselves up for failure, because in games, there are winners and losers. And it's not really real. They think it's just a game. I feel that the right terminology should be economic theories. How does one thing affect another? Because that is what Zen is doing. We are seeing that Zen on Ethereum affected the network so much that it helped propel Ethereum into ultrasound money and burning more ETH than is created. It has done that on multiple other chains. What's really hilarious is on a lot of these other chains, fees are so low that, where on ETH, 40 grand of ETH is burnt. And in comparison, on another chain, $6 of that layer 1 token, gas token, is burnt, where all the other protocols have burnt, $1.50, 50 cents, so it's really hilarious to see different transaction fee costs, but getting used just as much. And so, my point of view is, let builders build. Hasn't been a disappointment so far. So why expect and try to change that to something that, fits your thought pattern, the way you think it should be? Because if it was the way you thought it should be from the get-go, you should have built it. Instead, you're taking someone else's idea and you're thinking that you're smarter than that person, and that it should be in a way that benefits you. I think that by making it continuing with proof of participation to where it benefits those that participated in everything is a fair method. If you disagree with that, I would love to hear your reasons why. I would love to talk more about it. But what the great thing about blockchain is it's open for everyone. Now, when we get into DAOs and governance tokens and voting, that then tends to centralize things a little too much, to where those with the biggest bags have the biggest voice. And those people with the biggest bags usually have nothing to do with the building side of things. What I've really seen really hurt, I think, the ecosystem is that level of toxicity of just stripping everything, taking the competitiveness away and just trying to take the ball and go home. What that does is that takes off all the meat off the bones for anyone else to want to come along later on and participate. And what that does then is that turns it more into an echo chamber, turns it into a sealed chamber, which then runs out of oxygen and turns into a vacuum, and everything sort of withers and dies. And I don't think that was the idea behind Zen. I think it was for it to get out and to spread like wildfire. and make sure that everyone had a chance to participate. Now, take it or leave it, but those are my thoughts. I'm always open to changing my thoughts, especially because I talk to so many amazing people, and so I think that there is a large population that just sort of gets burnt out on it. And so today, this is sort of where I might want to end this episode with bringing on this conversation, but I want a lot of people to have that chance. So we're going to reset real quick. This is TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen, episode number 300. Want to thank everyone that's joined us via YouTube, the 2 different YouTube channels we stream to, those that have joined us via Twitch, those that have come in via LinkedIn, Telegram, and those that are joining us on Twitter. One of the things that we're actually going to be doing soon as well is we're going to be porting into a metaverse, Third Land. 3Land is a pretty cool make your own metaverse platform that I got to play around with the other night. And that might be coming up too. You get your tacos wherever you want them. So with that, want to join to the stage. I see NFT trader or NFT farmer. I don't know why I always consider you NFT trader, but you are NFT farmer.
Because I'm a trader as well, buddy.
I know you are. How are you doing today? Happy 300.
What's up?
How are you?
Glad to be here. Glad to be invited.
Yeah. No, glad that you're able to come. How is your day going?
Day's going until 2 p.m. and then I'll let you know after 2 p.m.
All right. Well, hey, so Dave, I don't know if we have
with the markets. Let's see if they don't raise the interest rates.
That's what I was going to ask. Is it for the FOMC?
Yeah, FOMC. I know that's coming up. So,
25 minutes, either all our assets go down, or hopefully we get some reprieve here.
I don't think we're going to get reprieve today.
Well, if they don't raise the rates again, then I think we'll be okay. But it's 24 minutes from now. If they raise rates, then all hell's going to, I don't know, run for the hills.
I don't know. I say buy more Solana.
Yeah, well, not many people are buying it right now with these prices, but yeah, man, things are looking awfully attractive right now in all the blockchain, crypto, NFT spaces, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things to where I talk to Web 2 people all the time, and they're like, well, isn't crypto down right now? Why would I want to buy it? And I was like, well, do you want to buy something when it's $14 or when it's $200? And they're like, oh yeah, that's an interesting thing. And so I always quote, I'm like, who Warren Buffett is? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, he says when there's blood on the streets, buy. So, buy. But we're still up if we look at if we go far enough out that, I got to meet someone who bought a heck ton of Solana at $3. Then they sold it at $200. Now they're buying more of it at 14, 15, 16.
Or buy low, sell high.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, and people are mad at me because I sold all my Bitcoin at $250. Do I hit myself in the boot sometimes for that? Yeah, but it was exactly what I needed when I needed it. And when I got more than half of my Bitcoin for free by watching ads, by participating in stupid things, 250x is good enough for me, right?
Now you're just flexing or making yourself feel better. 250x is amazing. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well, at that time.
Yeah. Hey, don't worry. I did my best to help out Bitcoin. I threw away 60 Bitcoin. So that's what I did to help the network. So
Did you throw it away by losing it, or did you burn it on purpose?
Well, it was a paper wallet transaction, and I was too lazy. I'd washed it in my fifth pocket by accident, and I was too lazy to pull it apart and figure out the hash, and so I threw it away in the trash.
Oh my! Well, there you go. That's what you call a DJ.
Yeah. So, but heck, I was just reading about a token yesterday, 0x0, and the new Dex privacy Dex that they have. Their token's gone up 18,000% in the last 3 months.
Yeah, you got to share some more of that alpha. Straight up. I'm in with you, Taco. Let me know, and I'll DJ in with you anytime you need a day, brother.
All right. You're an amazing soul, by the way. I am grateful that we meet, connect, and we see each other regularly. You know how I know you're going to make it?
I appreciate you for saying that, but why is that?
You show up. In the randomest places, you show up. You keep showing up. And, I have my own flex of proof of participation, when you see me at events, but you just show up, so.
I try to get out there, try to show face, trying to build community. That's what I do.
Yeah. Are you going, there's an event tonight, right? There's that event tonight. Hold on. Let me find out. Let me double check. Staten Island. Wait, you said something else. There's a Staten Island, New York crypto group thing tonight.
Staten Island? I wasn't aware of that one.
Okay.
My friend's he's sponsoring the Web3 socials on top of the Williamsburg Hotel. I can send you the invite for that for those in New York City right now.
Send me.
For those that, for those that are listening, my name is David Fung, and I host Blockchain Wednesdays here, otherwise known as Blockchain NFT Crypto Network. And we're having an event next Wednesday. So follow me and I'll send you guys a free invite. Food and beverages will be sponsored. That means free to all you poor degens out there, like myself.
JPEG rich, crypto poor.
All friends of Taco are friends of mine by default.
Yeah.
Show some love. Give me a follow. Give me a like. I'll follow you back. Come get your free NFT, free food, free drinks. Love you all.
Yeah.
Especially Mr. Taco. Player One Taco rocks. Let's go.
Man, David, you were an amazing soul. Yeah. Send me that invite. What time does it start tonight?
Yeah, it starts at 7 o'clock. My friend DJ Green's going to be DJing, and I'll go ahead and forward that invite out to you guys for tonight. That's going to be at Williamsburg Hotel rooftop. So,
yeah, we will be there.
Sounds good.
You had me at food.
Well, tonight there will not be food. Today is for tonight. That's not my event. My events always have free food or drinks or NFTs. Tonight's going to be a different kind of sponsored event. It's going to be at Williamsburg Rooftop. I don't know what the food drink situation is. I would believe tonight Brooklyn event will be like probably a paid, because it's at some swanky rooftop bar. Okay.
Hey, that means there's Red Bull. You know me and Red Bull. So I think I was probably, one of the things that they did at the Solana 5 days of Solana Hacker House was open bar between like 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. And not a lot of people used it, maybe just bottles of water. I probably drank like
was open bar.
Yeah.
They made you pay for the coffee.
Yeah, there was the little with the coffee. You got free Samo tokens airdrop to you. Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Man, there was so many things done there that was really cool. But yeah, no, I think I drank maybe 16 Red Bulls a day.
Yeah, Amazing.
So
Was there a hands up there from Smart?
there is. I saw Smart DeFi, and then we'll go to Yin Yang.
Question for David. What do you see taking place? Because I'm 75x long on some XRP right now. What do you see taking place if the rates are just paused here in 20 minutes or 15?
If they pause the rates, congratulations.
Let's go with that. Okay. Because I've been seeing a couple articles. Even Wall Street just put out one talking about possible pause. And
so we're hoping, man. Hopefully,
a little bit of a trend setup.
Keep putting that out there.
Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know who, probably me, might have a 200x long on XRP.
200. We know what exchange that is on. Let's go.
And if you ever want to know how you can get a 200x long, as well as 40% off of all fees, please let me know, as I am a MEXC affiliate. I got to meet the team originally at ETH Toronto, and they onboarded me then and there. They're like, you're a Degen of the highest, lowest order. And we sealed the deal with trading of NFTs, to be honest. That was how we sealed the deal. So, yeah.
Yeah, I love them. They were sponsored at my events. So, you know, they when they came over sponsored, and they gave away like $9,000 of stuff. So it's amazing.
Yep.
My max was 125 on Bitcoin on BitGet. I haven't touched any 200 yet. Holy Lord.
Yeah, it is a fun thing.
Well, I tell you the trick, right, to max out on leverage. I tell people this: don't be afraid. But because of the way the MEX exchange is, like I said, I love those guys. You could tailor it such that you only put a certain amount into the lever account that you're willing to lose, because you can get liquidated really quick, and keep the rest in the other account, like the spot account, and you keep putting it in such that if something happens, it's okay. You just know what your max. It's like an automated stop loss built in if you just put a certain amount to the future stuff at each time. So, and keep the rest of the spot. So keep the account segregated that way, and then you could just let it rip.
Yep, I agree. I do the same thing. One of the other things that I do, I will usually put in, what I want to play with, and I 200x that, and then I leave 75% in there with auto margin, so that I don't really have to pay attention to it too much.
Tell me a little bit more about the auto margin stuff. I'm not sure if I ever use that.
So basically, let's say you put in $10, and then you put in a 200x, you have a very low liquidation move. But if you put in, and then one of the functions in there in auto margin is it leaves a certain amount of margin in there, that you have that room to move in. But if you get close to your liquidation price, instead of liquidating you, it just pulls from the money that's left in there. So if you have $10 and you open a position with $3, you have $7 to pull from, to move your liquidation price a little bit lower. And that gives you that balance out a little bit.
So auto margin is like a little
cushion.
It's like a little cushion. Okay.
Yeah. We got some hands in Twitter. I think I saw Yin Yang hands up first before CK. I see you, CK. Welcome. And Honey Deals, welcome to the stage.
Hey, Taco. Thank you.
Yeah. Yin Yang, I see your hand. We will come back. We will cycle back to you. CK.
Hey, good. Thanks for having me. I have some open long positions myself, but I just wanted to voice, like, I think the odds of a pause have got to be near zero. I mean, even if they decided to pause, they're not going to announce it. They're going to want to leave that wiggle room open. They've been saying from the very beginning they want to hit an inflation rate of 2%, and we're at 4%. So we're still not anywhere close to what may be an unrealistic target, but I don't see them not giving some wiggle room on this for themselves and just leaving it open. And I think for the most part, the rate not going up is already priced in. But I got my lungs open. I'm still waiting to see what happens.
Yep.
Wasn't that CPI data the other day a little off too? That where they were expecting 4.9, they got 4.1 or something. So
yeah, exactly. But they're still saying we want that number to be 2. So it's lower than expected, but still not where they want it to be. So.
Yep. And that's what I've sort of heard in like, so some of the spaces I go into are you know, especially around property management and property buyers and real estates that, you know, big movers and stuff like that. I've heard continuously that they've said that they think that it's going to keep getting put up. So I expect that to happen. You know, and it sort of sucks. You know, I see that. I keep seeing that's going to. I think that's going to keep happening. You know, I don't think we're there yet.
No, I agree. And again, I mean, even if it was, this is, you know, if we are at that point, they will not be telling us that because they're certainly going to want to be able to maneuver later. And mortgage is my trade, so I follow this very closely as it is very important to what I do.
Yeah, one of the really cool people that, you know, people either love him or hate him, but Grant Cardone, you know, he lets me come and join the stage on a lot of his spaces and sort of bring the Degen perspective and answer questions sometimes that people have about blockchain. But you know, he is you know, has his finger on a lot of pulses. So it's a really cool piece to have.
side topic, do you think Loudmouth sounds exactly like Grant?
I think I love Loudmouth. I've gotten to do a lot of content with him, and I get to hang out with him anytime we're in the same places together. We communicate a lot.
How do you tell them about it and my reception about it?
So you know, Loudmouth is pretty awesome person, and I guess I could see the correlations of the different types of let's fucking go. The
like
deals.
Maybe not what they talk about, but just tone inflection. Like literally, I was in a space with Loud, and I thought, is that fucking Grant behind that PFP? Because it just so much like it. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. No.
Just think of what I said.
It's one of those things where I've seen them in the same room together in person, so I know they're separate. But that is one thing I can tell you, that you have never seen me and Batman in the same room together. So I just want to point that out. You know, just like you've never seen me and Wonder Woman in the same room together. But Honey Deals, I think you were nominated by Yin Yang to sort of speak of you, because Yin Yang was having a bad piece there.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop to prepare for this 2 o'clock trading thing. For the guys that follow me I'll send you guys all the invite right after later this afternoon. Okay.
And I'm closing my XRP position right now at a 42% gain. Woohoo!
Don't do it. We literally are testing what is it, 2 or 3 day trend line right now for the second time with power. We just got through it technically on my chart. I have to check and see if it's perfect. Oh my gosh. If it breaks this trend line with some good data coming out here in a second, we're going 50. What did I got?
Let's go. we should form like a trading chat room that we could all discuss this. I would love to have that happen.
DJ.
Let me in. For sure.
We will do that. I'll set that up. Let's
go, Taco.
Let's set that up tonight when we see each other.
Love it.
All right. Yeah, nope. I take small gains because I'd rather 42% profit than a 42% loss.
Yeah, you might be right. It might just fall completely out of trend line because of the data too. So you never know.
Hey, this is the type of Degen I am. I was at ETH Toronto listening to Vitalik speak about all the amazing things that was going on with pre-merge, and I shorted ETH and came up a winner on that one because I like to look at it as I call it the Costanza effect. Short good news and sell bad news. So let's freaking go. But Honey Deals, I think Yin Yang had asked you to bring something up. And in case Yin Yang, you were at a better connection now.
Yeah, I have no idea. He sent me an invite. I was like, oh, it's Taco. Okay, I'll drop by. See what's up.
Yeah.
But I have no idea what you guys were talking about. I actually wanted to talk to you, maybe get your input on something on Jack's latest poll. Did you see his latest poll there?
I will go look at his latest poll right now. And, we did talk. So, I'm going to reset real quick as we do this. Everyone, welcome to TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen, episode number 300, the 300th episode of the worst best show on everywhere. We have talked about Solana. We have talked about different IoTs. We have talked about the blank to earn. We have talked about new ways of processing payments and interacting with blockchain. And I sort of gave my soapbox of the state of the blockchain as well as state of Zen. And so, I have a fun view of it. So let's see. So XN auction on all chains or only on ETH? I clicked on all chains. Is that the poll you're talking about, Honey Deals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you clicked on all chains. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
So, okay, can we just dig into this a little bit? Because it's I just wrote like a whole page, put it to Jack and some other people in the community in one of the channels.
Mm-hmm.
Because this has been on the table, obviously. And then there was the announcement and the community kind of pushed back on several things. You probably saw that, right? The BFPX issue.
Yep.
There was that issue. Trying to wrap my head around it every single way. And I started from one point. I was like, okay, I get the deal. It's complicated, right? To do the auctions on 10 plus chains than to just run it on one. The other issue, the liquidity, okay? And so I had this idea I was like, well, maybe it could be cheated somehow, you compensate. You say, okay, they didn't get to participate in that auction. That's 33% of the allocation. So you add a bit on the proof of burn allocation where they get a little extra something, right? For not having participated. And that way you avoid all the complexity of doing 10 more auctions, right? But then I kept thinking about it. And then I was realizing, and here's where it gets a little tricky. What do you think about if you look at something like EOS that brought in $4 billion during their 333 days, I believe, as well, or Pulse Chain that brought in between $1 and $2 billion, and you look at the market cap of Zen, basic market cap. You look at how much was spent in Zen. And 50 million, 60 million was spent to mint on all the chains combined. Something like that. I didn't look at the numbers lately, but somewhere around there. And there's $1 million of liquidity.
and let's say you'd be aiming for something like $1 billion. How do you incentivize new interested parties to come into this 333-day auction if they feel that these illiquid chains, these smaller chains that are not able to effectively just sell their tokens and come to the ETH auction because there's not enough liquidity, because it's not a strong enough currency, whatever the reason is that a chain is not able to do that, and they're coming with fresh capital into something, and they feel like these are getting allocated in some kind of, like, they're getting diluted. They're going to get a lot of XN, but then at their expense to the new investor. How'd you bring in millions upon millions of dollars, up to $1 billion if that's what you wanted, and not disincentivize them by getting too much XN all over the place?
Great question.
So that is a good question. I think where the piece needs to be figured out is on the ratio aspect of distribution between the multiple chains. And that could be seen at the gas level. Because the economic energy that's put forth behind each chain, is the same, just in a different ratio. And so for those that participated heavily on Polygon, on those that participated heavily on FTM, they provided to the network, they provided to those chains, and they participated in Zen. And because
why are they, here's the thing, why in the real, it's so interesting because we talk about fair, we talk about first principles and free markets, basically, right? Mm-hmm. Let the market decide kind of thing. But then at the end of the day, people are saying, no, don't let the markets decide. Give us some other allocation mathematically, because we can't actually sell our whatever Zen, Polygon, ETH-POW, ETHMOS, and get to Ethereum. Yeah. We don't have the liquidity. We don't have that strength of currency. We're like the Zimbabwe dollar. We're like the Argentine peso. We can't make it there. So it's like you're cheating reality if you're saying, no, it's okay, don't worry about it. We'll give you XN anyway, exactly to the point that you purchased it. Even in reality, you couldn't make it here. So for the new investor coming in with fresh Ethereum, let's say it's someone who's never minted ever, but they hear about X1, they want to get in, right, during those 300 days. And they're coming with fresh money. And what we say to them, basically, because there's another problem to this one, another issue, is no, your dollars, your Ethereum, your Bitcoin, whatever, your liquid currency, your realized capital is not good here. You need to use Zen. Mm-hmm. So then they're like, okay, I need to use Zen. Where do I buy Zen? Well, look, there's $1 million of liquidity. So now they're stuck to buying very thin liquidity. Just hypothetically, they're coming with $10 million, let's just say, for the sake of argument. Now they pump the price. They're pumping Zen. People are maybe dumping on their heads. And they're just trying to put in $10 million. And they can't even do it. So there's a lot of friction. So my point here is that I feel like all this fairness, it's all nice and dandy, but it's kind of like you get a whole lot of nothing. Like, what good is that for the sake of getting so much XN to these chains and stuff? And I was all for it like you, but in the end, I deduced that no, actually, they're getting even a better deal, more than fair. Even if they didn't get that part of the allocation, if a lot of money came in and there wasn't friction, they'd be getting a better deal than they deserved, in a sense, because they couldn't even get out of their own chain if they tried to sell.
Yep. Just as a quick side piece, because we were just talking on this. The Fed Reserve FOMC decided to raise interest rates by 0.25 percentage point at its meeting today. So it's a 10th hike of the current cycle. So takes the Fed fund range to a target range of 5% to 5.25%, highest since 2007. So just wanted to touch on that real quick. So mark your calendars and your positions on that wisely. So going back to what you were saying, Honey, it's one of those things where you see where people chose to participate. So if we want to look at a ratio aspect, let's just say it costs $50 to mint on one chain and it costs $1 to mint on another chain.
Yeah.
Should that be a 1-to-1 ratio? No, I think that should be a 50-to-1 ratio. You know, I think that the economic energy should be equivalent. So if a certain amount was spent, then I think that should be pushed that way. So it shouldn't exclude participation.
Right. So even if I know it's I understand that one, and that's the one that first comes to mind. But let's say you were dishing out 1-to-1 or whatever it is, 20-to-1. But let's say, again, one is Argentine peso, one is US dollar, one is Venezuelan bolivar. At the end, you come with your one, and you're treating it like no offense, but it's like you're treating it like your brownie point. Okay, look, I got me my brownie point here. And that's all fine, but it truly is a Venezuelan bolivar you got there, because you're coming from ETH-POW. There's trillions been minted, and there's I don't know, I'll just say $500 of liquidity.
Yep.
Why is that worth the same thing as Ethereum? Even if we take the ratio, as you said. This is where
you're looking at 1-to-1, but the exchange rate is like with peso. It's I might be wrong on this because it's been a moment since I looked at the peso, but let's just say 20-to-1. So I need to bring 20 pesos to equal $1. So that should be the equivalent.
Yeah, right. Well, that would be easy to calculate. But the problem is that it's actually, if you do the math and all for what you spent, yes, you can do it. You can say, okay, 20-to-1. It's easy that way, or 100-to-1.
Yep.
For what you spent. But the reality is that at the end of the day on those ones, that even if you spent that, you are effectively kind of screwed on those ones. In other words, if we do nothing and we say, well, just sell it, man, you'll get your ratio by selling it, won't you? 100-to-1, sell it. Oh, but there's just $300 of liquidity and we're all stuck here. We can't get out. Oh, so what does that mean? Does that mean it's an equal currency and you should get the equal amount? Or should we be accounting for that weakness of the currency? The reason I say this is when I look at the perspective from the investor coming in with fresh capital.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh, so you're giving this XN that I'm about to buy with realized capital, cash. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Real cash. It's a concept of leverage capital, right? Or capital advantage.
Mm-hmm.
You come in with $10 million. You're looking for a sweet deal, like a venture capitalist, whatever. You want to invest. You want a good deal. And in this case, what we're saying is, well, two things. We're giving a bunch to all these people that couldn't do it in reality. We're going according to some formula. And two, we don't accept your hard cash, your realized gains. You got to buy Zen. You're going to have to pump the charts and get dumped on your head to do it. And then the person who's coming with the money, and he's expecting capital advantage, he's like, screw this, man. What the hell kind of deal is this? This is not a sweet deal. So for the sake of fairness, I feel everybody's hurting themselves.
Yeah. And I think, so I think that what this shows, so if we're looking at capital, liquidity per chain, all right, people have chosen to not put liquidity behind other chains because of whatever reason. And a lot of that has to do with either those chains themselves or the dexes on those chains. And so, but and I come from a point of view where it's been hard, a hard fought piece with my dex alone, and so I think that it where we get stuck is by comparing Zen to the dollar, and when we're ratio trading Zen for dollars, when you're not actually, Zen is an exotic pair. Zen is Zen to ETH. People made Zen to USDC pairs, so it gave a dollar value, but if we're looking at it from a gas layer, and that's what I think where we keep putting in that dollar amount, if we're that's a short-term look at it. I think that people that position people
if
put
we do nothing,
people
if we
put
do nothing, reality will show itself exactly as it actually is,
Mhm.
and then we would see that there's a difference between the currencies. They're not worth all the same,
Yep.
right? So it's not a question of dollar in that sense. Just between themselves, there's some that are more efficient than others and are more valuable. So I think the question, like the deeper question here, is we're kind of stuck. It's not an easy one to resolve. It's like, do we
You mind if I jump in?
Of course.
Yeah, I had my hand up, but I didn't want to interrupt. Yeah, I hear you talking, and I don't think liquidity has anything to do when it comes to XN allocation. It doesn't. It's not even part of the equation. If someone wants XN, they don't need to buy Zen. They have 333. They have over 333 days to mint their own Zen. It's not about liquidity. You can mint your Zen and you burn your Zen for the allocation. So I don't think liquidity should even be part of the equation when it comes to the weight-based allocation for each chain, right? But probably more like the cost to mint the Zen would give you that allocation.
But here's the thing. I don't know if you were there, Hexy. What I was saying is that, do you know the term capital advantage or capital leverage?
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, the liquidity. It's not about leverage. It's about the mint and burn to get your XN. It's not about buying and selling and trading.
Right, okay. Let me just make sure we're talking the same term. So capital leverage is the meaning that if you come with $100 to buy something or to whatever, right, to invest, whatever, like, don't expect the same kind of deal or treatment than if you come with $10 million. Okay?
Yeah, I understand.
Right.
Yeah, I'm saying
capital leverage. So when money wants to come into something, they hear about something and they're interested in coming, you want to reduce the friction most possible. You want to roll the red carpet, maybe even, and welcome them. Them and their money. Now, if they are not stupid, they look at the deal. What's the deal here? I'm giving you my millions. What do I get? And you say to them, well, you get this and that, but like, what's the ratio? And they start looking and you tell them, well, all these people on all these chains, they don't have money like you. They can't actually realize their money. Like, they don't have the liquidity. They're kind of stuck on their chains. But we're going to allocate it through a contract mathematically, and we're going to give them XN, and that you're going to share with them. That's one thing that they can start raising an eyebrow at. The second thing is we say to them, we don't take your liquid currency, because you would want to come with a liquid currency. You don't want to use a currency that's going to pump a chart and people can dump on you. You want to use US dollars, Ethereum, Bitcoin, like some liquid currency, and you're not going to pump somebody's chart when you're going to purchase or buy. But effectively, we tell them, no, we can't take your US dollars here nor your Ethereum. You got to buy Zen. They say,
That's what I'm saying. It's not about buying and selling. You tell them to mint their Zen. They come with their capital. They buy the gas token. They mint their Zen.
but that's even worse, Hexy.
Why is that worse? Why is that worse?
Why does someone who wants to, like, they have plenty of options. They have millions of dollars. They're wanting to invest in something. And telling them, okay, go over there, mint your Zen, wait 300 days, you know, all that stuff. It causes friction is what I'm saying.
So
that's the point of Zen is the time. It's time. That's the point.
And so one, I see, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're sort of talking about is you're looking at the people that are wanting instant gratification versus proof of participation. And,
exactly.
And so the thing that Jack has said from the get-go is that this is a proof of participation. It isn't, you know, and what we've all told everyone that we've onboarded into Zen, they're like, where can I buy it? You're like, oh, well, you can buy it here, but it's actually cheaper for you and better for you in the long run to go and mint it and participate.
I'll just say this, put it simply. It's fine, it works, right? Like it can be done. It will be done like that. But it's going to diminish tremendously the amount of capital that can come in as TVL.
That's about the instant gratification piece, though. That is because then people are just looking for the exit liquidity piece rather than looking at this in the long term, you know, as an 8-year hyperinflationary token. And that was the idea behind it, was to get as much of it out there as much as possible. That was, and quickly as possible. That's why there was the EAA.
Okay, but wait a second, Taco. Why is it instant gratification for them if they're the ones who are bringing the capital, and the Zenians, they're the ones that get to use the Zen they minted, right? And they go into those auctions with minted Zen that they maybe got for a good price, but they're coming with hard cash and they have to buy it in the marketplace. Why is it them who's getting instant gratification?
I have maybe another way to look at it. So Zenians who have Zen, they get the XN. People who don't have Zen, it's harder. They can either mint or they can buy their Zen. But those who are getting the XN, it'll be in Uniswap. People who want instant gratification go to Uniswap and buy XN. It's if they don't want to participate in the minting and burning, they can just buy the XN. It's going to be easy ways for other people to get in on the XN train without even having Zen. You can just buy it on Uniswap.
And this is the biggest thing that you know, if we're talking about something that a builder made on their own and people are benefiting from, they make the next system within that. Why would we want to throw any of our own ideas on that might pollute the original idea and let them build? If we've benefited from what they've built so far and we haven't built our own thing, why not let the builder continue to build?
Well, that's what he wanted to do. I know that was the intention. I know where I'm coming from here. Like, that's why Jack said on ETH only.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a lot of added complexity and friction. And I am not saying that the fair ethos 100% is not a valuable thing in the long run. But I do see the friction it causes and how it may disincentivize millions of dollars. Again, if EOS raised $4 billion and all we have is 50 million spent so far, 50, 60 million, whatever, spent so far to mint Zen, it's a far way from 4 billion or 1 billion or 2 billion like Paul's chain. And how do you get that to come in? Or we could just say, we don't need that. We don't want that. We'll stay with our 50 million.
Well,
and we'll wait.
Right now, what I see is someone else came up with this terminology and I am taking it and running with it because it is on the point. What we see right now is people, stripping the bones off of things, stripping the meat off of, sucking the tallow out, especially within like the DB Zen community. We see people going in, with their 50 million, and then someone just for the heck of it comes in with, 5 billion just to top off minutes before and wrecks everyone else and what they put in. Now, everyone that put in knows that's a possibility, but it almost takes the fun out of it. And by taking not only the fun out of it, it's stripping it out and making it so that no one else will want to come in, because what's the point of me coming in and, I might earn 1 dB Zen, but no matter what I do, I know that someone's going to come in and turn my 1 dB Zen into like 0.000008. And so we have these different protocols that are coming in, and we see, one of the cool things about it is, hey, yeah, that's a heck ton of Zen that just got burnt. And that's happening on every chain. Now, by those people doing that, they're flexing. They're like, hey, I'm putting you down in your place. So when you're saying someone coming in with $10 million, versus a person with $100, that person's just flexing. They have they are at a disadvantage, and they should play at the same, in my opinion, they should play at the same value as someone else, and they can choose not to participate.
But just to be clear, if for example, somebody does come with $50 million, if they could, they can't because there's $1 million of liquidity. But let's say they could. They just like if it was Ethereum and they just could put it into there and buy X1. Who benefits the most from that? Is it them?
The people that provide LP and are, taking both sides of the trade. So, rather than just trying to take from the system, add back to it, and you benefit. If you look at either one, as you don't care which token you have at the end of the day, because you see that there's going to be you're looking at the long play, then get in on LP and just collect fees. I think that is one of the things that people forget about. By providing and participating, that is one of the things that Jack has said from the get-go. So singling out one chain then as the only way to get in, I think what that does is that limits all of the other participation that people did. And that goes against what was originally built.
Yeah. No, I get that part. I understand very easily. It's just the more the economic energy and what causes friction, what is most inviting for new capital to come in the biggest amounts. I don't remember any kind of raising big funds with any other currency than a liquid one.
So
nothing comes to mind.
What a lot of this reminds me of is during I want to say 2017, 2016 and stuff like that. When there was these two camps, Ethereum and Ethereum Classic, and it got really toxic. I felt that I almost got out of everything completely because I felt that by forking Ethereum, it was really just to benefit the big guys that came in and fucked up. And that was, I was like, wait, I thought we were supposed to be decentralized. I thought that my keys, my crypto, and if I fuck up, then, who's here to help me? But because I have $100 million, I get more treatment. And so that makes it unfair for everyone else. And, what I did is I held onto my ETH Classic until it hit a really high amount, and then I sold it, but it's one of those things to where I think that the idea of participation,
It's just a thing of numbers. Like, for example, these allocations. I find it funny. People are talking about, 33% there or there, and they want more coins. But it's like, to put it very simply, because it's all the same, it's just math. It's about where the allocations, what you're inviting, how much adoption you're going to get. The Bitcoin side of it, for example, is it's a whole different dimension. It's to try to bring in money from that side, and then you have money on that side, and the more the merrier. So to put it simply, like, would you prefer to have a coin, a piece of a coin, like that 21 million people possess, but the total supply is one coin? So you have a fraction of one coin that 21 million people own. Or would you rather to be the sole owner of 21 million total supply of coins? Which one would you choose?
Actually, I've got a bit of alpha for you guys. And it's actually very interesting. So Jack, I had a lengthy conversation with Jack today. He called me and we spoke about things that are going on in the community. We spoke about this VampX. And one thing that he said was very interesting. He said there was something that we didn't tell the community in Crypto Kindness's stream. And he said, and that was the time period in which people could exchange their VampX for XN. What will not happen is people will get their VampX and be able to immediately swap all of it for XN. At the moment, they're planning it could take up to 2 years for people to swap their VampX for XN.
I would think who would do that before then?
I have to, we're talking about the allocation and swapping, and I think, and the term fair, everyone thinks it's not fair. For one thing, I don't think everyone has their own perception of fair, right? And most people think it's unfair when they don't get enough of what they want. So they call it unfair. So I think the only perception that matters is Jack on what's fair for what his vision was for his project. That's the fairness. That's the perception of fairness that we have to ultimately go with. Just because, but Cleo, I heard what you say about the swapping. The allocation is fair in his eyes, and I think that's all that matters. Everyone thinks that some piece of it is unfair. I'm indifferent to all of it because I can value his opinion on what he sees fair with his vision.
Well, there's an important space on Friday. I don't know if you've seen his tweet. So when he phoned me, he asked me if I could hold a space on Friday, and for it to be the space where people can speak to him one-to-one and ask him directly questions. People can tell him directly their concerns. He's put an emphasis on Razvan and Joseph coming into the space because he wants the community to ask him direct questions about it himself. And he also wants the community to know more and have more details about the proposal. But he did say the proposal will be changing. So
I don't know if that's a good idea. It's a good idea that he speaks about it, but people are just going to attack him. It's going to be a shit show.
That's what he wants.
I guess he can handle it. Yeah.
It's one of those things to where I think at the end of the day, like I've said, everyone has benefited from what Jack has built so far. I think
the exception of the DBZen team and Joseph.
Okay. DBZen benefits in its own way. I think that, we should let the continue build. Why like if we're not going to build our own thing and we're going to just point our fingers and tell builders how to build, then I think that takes away the purity of what's being built. Like we've seen this done in multiple different countries and stuff like that. And so I'm going to go on a tangent here. In building of buildings, people, that have zero building experience will say, oh, this doesn't look pretty. This isn't aesthetically pleasing. I don't want this bar here. And because those countries, they do what their boss says because they have to, they don't put that support beam in there because it's not feng shui. The next thing you know, that building is built the way the person that thinks it should look prettier should be built, not the way the builder says it should be built. And that building collapse. And so I think that by us just sitting back and participating, one allows for the builder to build the way they're thinking it should be built to benefit everyone, rather than just, what's aesthetically pleasing to currently who thinks they're the boss. And so I really think that that's why I'm 100% opposed to like Zen DAOs, because what would be the purpose of a Zen DAO? To say who could or could not build within the Zen ecosystem, when Jack has clearly said, the code is open source and that can be built with, as long as they are pulling from the Zen ecosystem and pulling from the burn contract directly, they're automatically part, because it's open source code. I have a friend who's really big on AI, and even his AI that he's built that works to recognize, negative aspects within blockchain is just flummoxed by understanding the Zen ecosystem, and because it's something that's so different that people are not used to it. And so I think something that's so, pulling from so many different sources of, we tried some shit didn't work out, we're going to try some new shit. I think we need to let back and let things play out, because I think one of the really cool things, people can choose to participate or choose not to. Right now, we see people swinging their dick around, and it's making fucking the scene toxic and not wanting new people to come in. We've been a huge builder space. I've been on so many Zen spaces where we onboard people brand new into crypto, or we even, that are fascinated with just one chain and expanding their chain knowledge. I've had people that have come to me that they thought that they needed different wallets for different chains, not that they could use the same wallet for every chain, because they thought they were on a different chain, they had to have a different wallet. And so one of the biggest things that Zen has done, I think, has provided a huge ground for people to learn, educate, and expand on. And that's all been sort of set forth by Jack. These wheels in motion have been set forth by Jack. People have come and built amazing things on that. And so what I think we should do is, I think we should let Jack continue to build, and people should build what they want on it if they so choose. They should participate if they so choose.
Yeah. And I just want to add to that Jack is, yes, for crypto, but crypto, like, it was about economic energy and us winning and being successful and mass adoption, all that. And this notion of fair crypto, of first principles, to me, is also synonymous to free markets and freedom. And when either, like you just said, swing your dick around, that's not free markets, and nor is it making about, how many brownie points you have. Okay, that, to me, that kind of fairness is that's deviating from crypto. Like, what is this about? Brownie points? We all got our brownie points now, or is this crypto and economic energy?
Well,
what is crypto, fair crypto that we're talking about?
So, what are you talking about brownie points? Like, what are you referring to when you say brownie?
I did this, I did that, I should get this, I should get that. Where's this all coming from? Jack is trying to make the ecosystem attract the most amount of economic energy possible, same as every other project in crypto has attempted to, the best that they can. There's no guarantees, but, fairness is like, you have the choice. You could go mint on this chain, or you could do that, or this, or that, the other. But when you start saying, I deserve this, or I'm entitled to this is deviating from first principles, fair crypto, free markets.
So this is where I I apologize, but I hear a little bit of contradiction in what you're saying.
Like that.
You know, you're saying because I have $10 million, I should have a bigger say.
I didn't. Why? Why am I saying I should have a bigger say?
Because that's what you're saying we should curtail to.
Hang on, he's saying in fact, Honeytail's saying the opposite, dude.
I'm just saying, let the market decide. Like, if you choose to go mint on ETH POW, or you make the decision to go mint on Binance or other chain or whatever, and then Jack makes this conscious decision that the best thing he thinks to make it most successful, that all the boats can float, is to do this thing with BTC and Ethereum, and to not cause too much friction for new investment to come in, right? And for new adoption, he chooses it's just better for the machine, and it's going to be better for everybody. And then we start talking about the brownie points we made. It's, to me, that's not free markets. It's not fair crypto. It's not crypto. It's not about economic energy and first principles. It's something else. It's like a democracy, mob democracy, right? Now, anyway, I mean,
yeah, it's like too many chiefs get nothing done. Yeah, everybody wants their own say, but it's anyway. There has to be a I don't want to call it a hierarchy or someone to decide, but like I said, the person creating the project creates what he thinks is fair for his own project, and everyone thinks that they own this or that, so they should get more of this or that. I don't. Yeah, that concept is not fair in a sense by itself, because just because you think you deserve more because you did this over there on this chain, it's just selfish.
I agree with you 100%, Hexy, because, you know, while some folks may openly admit they're in for their self-interest, you know, some others may not do the same thing, but it's clear what their objective is. And, you know, we should take into consideration, you know, fairness for all, not for a subset with the big bags or who have done X in the past. We got to think about the future for crypto as a whole in general. Even I jokingly made a comment about little Raphael in South America trying to get into Zen. You know, what we do right now lays the groundwork for him coming into the future, because yes, we can make our profits, and yes, within the top 2 pages on the Zen NFT Max Miss.
Ignore Buddy, guys. It's a helicopter pilot. He can't fly.
Cleo.
Yeah.
No. Cleo and I have this little bit of a pilot rivalry with Fixed Rings versus Rotor, so we bust each other balls all the time. I mean, wait, can I say balls? Sorry, Taco.
Helicopter pilots can
So-
say helicopter pilots love talking about balls, guys.
So this is where you know, people can bust each other's balls, but they will do it respectfully and they will raise a hand. You know.
Hey, shit.
I'd like to know what Buddy I'd like to hear what Buddy had to say. So if you want to finish.
Yeah, I was just saying, you know, like the work that we're doing right now with Zen and like how we're trying to lay the foundation, you know, we have a path to choose. Is it going to be something profitable for us for like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years and it'll just fall off a cliff? Or is it going to be self-sustaining for hundreds of years to potentially come? We got to choose that. And like the choices that we make right now as a community is going to set us in the right path, but we just have to be honest and think about the greater good. But that's just all I wanted to say, Hexy.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all that. I have no comment and amen.
Hello, guys.
GM.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Fine. I totally agree with all what you said till now, and I know that the project that will succeed at the end, it will be the project that it will be mass adopted. If Jack is given now the limits and give the opportunity only for the guys that minted on Ether or BTC, 90% of people will leave the project and will find something that is more fair. That's it. Because if you
if you introduce more chains in the community, all people start to mint on all other continents, because people from Africa or Asia, they cannot afford to mint on Ethereum. And that's where the difference comes. 90% of people who started to mint already on other chains, and when Jack is coming and say that we will give priority for Ethereum guys of 80% of something, they will fail. It will not be a mass adoption.
But you can burn on other chains. There's allocation for the... Right.
Yes, that's the question, because he prioritized the Ethereum chain. He needs to give the opportunity to burn tokens on all other chains.
But he is, that's what I'm saying. He did. You can burn on other chains, and you get allocated for other chains, for the receipt of burn.
He decided like this, but after he looks at liquidity, and liquidity comes only of the next projects into the chain. So he introduced the project like XDoge only on Ethereum. Normally, people will go there to learn to take these tokens, even if it's a mem token. And the next project that will come, they prioritize always only the first most important chains, like Ethereum or BNB. They don't go even lower to put some new projects on other chains. That's why guys mint them and they cannot burn them.
But you can burn them for DXN and Phoenix or on other chains. You can burn on all chains. Through
yes, but it's just only one project that now is DXN that is the most valuable on Xen now. That's what I see. But all the projects, they try to start with Matic for XShiba, and XShiba failed for the minting process. But it's the liquidity on other chains will come with new projects. That's what I want to say. And it's to market to decide.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. You know, because it's where people choose to build, which will entice and incentivize people. If people choose to only build on one chain, then that is for, you know, they're targeting a specific group of people.
Why aren't you putting your hand up, Taco? You just booted me out for not putting my hand up, bro. You're talking over people, dude.
Max, up, hand.
Hey, thanks. I hope I don't butcher the name here. Valorous. When it comes to things like Zen Doge, that was the developer's choice to attack that chain and work on that chain. The team can't dictate where community development projects point their efforts. And so,
okay, but think just about the layer 2s. Why the layer 2 exists today? Why? Because Ethereum has a big problem of scalability, of transaction fees and speed. That's why people tried to solve this problem and initiated another layer 2 to solve the problem.
Yeah,
so,
and that even Ethereum has seen that as a not even an issue, but that they've changed their sort of direction to become a solution for layer 2s and rollups, being
yes,
the solution.
But now let's think further. So people accepted. For example, Polygon. I'm talking just an example. I don't care now it's a Polygon or Arbitrum or something else. But people adopted and accepted layer 2 Matic because it's way better and more efficient. And when people come to invest in some projects laying on some layers 1, they will agree, they will accept Matic because fees are lower and transaction speed are faster. And it's way better. Or it will be the mass adoption.
Are you saying you want more projects on the smaller chains?
Yes.
Okay, so it's up to you and us to do that. It's up to us to build things for those chains if you want something on that chain. Up to us.
Of course. And Jack told us that he will initiate also the minting on Arbitrum. And a lot of people, I think, they are waiting for Arbitrum chain also. And you look at the popularity of chains by the ranking in the minting. Okay, so some chains have 10 times more minting, and the ranking is 10 times more than on Ethereum. I agree that people invested a lot of money on Ethereum, but the ratio, one chain 80% and 20% all other 10 chains, it's not so realistic, because you limit the access to 90% of people. From 100 million, for example, 90 million is on all other chains than Ethereum. So you cut them off.
I'm involved in multiple chains, and Ethereum being one of them, and some of the lesser ones also. And I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm actually pretty good with the 80-20 split, because to me that's the value of it. You've got to. It takes more capital to play in Ethereum, and thus those should be rewarded.
80%. I'm not discussing.
I'm gonna go ahead.
I'm not discussing 80%. Okay, I'm not discussing this. It's okay if he decided it's his opinion, but we'll see in the future what Zen will be more valuable on which chain, because Zen today is only for burn.
And some of us may be wrong, and some gambles on other chains make. I mean, that's why I'm on other chains, is because I think they have potential.
Yes, they have potential. Yes. But I think that Jack today is measuring the importance of the chain by the price of gas burned, and the criteria for me is not the amount of gas burned that gives priority to the chain, but the number of people using it. Mass adoption. No. It's only a discussion. I'm not trying to convince you of something. It's my thought, because at the end, in all other projects, not maybe in Zen, but the layer that gives more mass adoption to people, and the best shape, it will be where the people are starting to build, and will be more usable. That's it.
No, and I see. Okay, so I have a thought on this, but we'll go to hands real quick. Honey deals.
Well, I just wanted to remind that Jack, he made the Zen contract, and that was it. 400 lines of code, and Zen was to do whatever people want to do with it, and then from there it evolved to NFTs, and he did other stuff. And then eventually came to X1, and he said very clearly, X1 is not to be the heart and center of Zen. It's going to be the biggest purchaser of Zen until, it gets massively adopted. Maybe Amazon will accept Zen, but I'll build an L1, and it was to orbit Zen. So I just want to say, Jack he's not obligated to do anything. Since the day he launched the contract, and these are all the things that he's doing the best he can. He works every single day and night. He's been at this nonstop. I've never seen a dev work so hard, him and Zensu. So I just want to say, this sense of it needs to be this way or that way, that doesn't exist.
And I will agree with you on that. So, why should we get into the
Jack, what he did is something huge.
Yeah.
And it has potential. But sometimes when you build something new, sometimes people are not perfect. He needs to listen to the community, and maybe to improve something. It can improve. People are not perfect 100% all the time. That's it. It's just by trying something, by changing something, by seeing the experience how it works.
Yeah, but
I don't tell you that Jack is wrong or something. No.
But I think one of the things though that we need to remember is he's built all of this without our input, and I don't know about you, but I haven't heard really anyone that hasn't had an input that isn't somewhat first principle based. It's all then I have this opinion, including me. So I think, we should remove ourselves from the equation and let Jack do what Jack does, because then we can see, does it continue the cycle of Zen being used and being pushed out and mass adopted, or does it only then fit into a small echo chamber? And there's a formed out thought there that's a little deeper on that, but I want to go, buddy, I know you've had your hand up for a second.
Yep. Hey, yeah, thank you. So Valerius, I think Jack also agrees with what you're saying in regards to the smaller chains as well, and I think Max meant you also said the same thing too. I also agree as well, because potentially, I thought about this when Zen first came out. They're looking for mass adoption. I'm thinking to myself, buddy, 5 years from now, what's going to be the biggest issue with all of these chains? And I had like a little chart there. And for me, I saw East gas as one of the biggest issues, because if East doesn't get this gas situation under control, if we have 2, 3, 4, 10 times the amount of people that we have in crypto, like for example in the bull run, or even higher numbers in the bull run, for example, we had in 2021, gas is going to be upwards north of like $200, $300, $400, $500, $1,000. And a lot of people want to be able to afford these gases, especially if they want to mint in. So that is where I think the smaller chains come into play. Yes, ETH will have its run right now, but in the longevity of the project, I think, the smaller chains will eventually take over. And Jack also said this as well indirectly. He had an interview with someone on the crypto, some lady he was speaking to, and she asked the question, so Jack, what's more valuable? Why is it that ETH is more valuable, or something like that? So Jack asked her the question, why do you think ETH is more valuable? Is it because, it has a higher liquidity, higher market cap? And then Jack turned around and also said, what do you think is more valuable, a store of value like gold or an economy? And Jack told the lady that, the smaller chains is where the economy is going to be, because it's lower gas, it's cheaper to transact, so there's potential for more projects to build here because it's cheaper to transact. So yeah, Jack kind of gets what you're saying, Valerius, and I agree with you. In my opinion, the smaller chains eventually, potentially, maybe where the economy is for them.
And so I think there you sort of touched on the piece too. People are choosing to put more of that power right now into Ethereum, but we see just as much activity going on, on other chains. Look at how quickly Pulse got eaten up by certain individuals. And look at how fast Avalanche, one of the things that I do is the chain analysis of 6 major chains: Avalanche, Binance, Ethereum, Phantom, Moonbeam, and Polygon. One of the things that I really address is Moonbeam. There was over 10,000 new wallet addresses interacting with the Zen protocol on Moonbeam. 6,000 of those addresses were actually doing things on other chains as well. So I looked at those as more individuals, that were participating across all chains. Some people were using the, different wallets for different chains for whatever reasons they chose to. But I think that it shows that, people go where the economic force is the lowest, friction is the lowest, gas being one of the highest friction points. We saw when Zen NFTs on Polygon came out, how much we jumped up the gas structure on that to where layers had to literally readjust how they were doing things to meet the scalability of the test that Zen was putting on them. I think that we will see more economic force fall into other chains, just like you were sort of saying. The smoother it is, one of the biggest issues, I think, is the interoperability of moving money from one layer to another. But as more people learn about that, I think, and the becomes a lot less frictionless. Yeah.
Yeah, and just want to add here, because you're talking about the friction of the gas, but one of the problems with the whole scaling and what we're experiencing, and this is kind of displaying the problem for it, is a big point of friction is liquidity. Like, where's the liquidity? If you think gas costs, like you can be trapped on a chain, or you could suffer tremendous slippage if you don't have liquidity to move around. So that's a big point of friction. And when you have all these different chains and more chains and more chains, it is an issue. And we can see it here how, like, even in Zen, it's like, oh, well, we're going to do it on Ethereum because otherwise there's not the liquidity, the bridges. So this is a reality of that needs to kind of be solved. And to say to make more chains that are going to have like all these small chains, it's a problem. We can't just be deploying chain after chain after chain and everybody's spread so thin because you're going to have very thin liquidity.
You're bringing up liquidity again, and it's like if you want your Zen, you mint it. And you mint it and burn it, right? So like there's then liquidity, but to me, in my eyes, it's irrelevant when you can mint your own Zen and burn your own Zen for something better.
But for the burning parts, Hexy, I mean, what I was saying here had not to do with Zen specifically. I was just talking because Taco talked about the friction. But liquidity is a problem, and we've seen how it causes problems. Jack,
liquidity with what token though? Like, if it's not Zen, what?
Not Binance. Well, actually, yes, Binance. All of them at the moment. There's a problem with liquidity.
No. But that's my point. It's like, why should that even be a part of the equation? There's cross-chain swaps when you need gas tokens for each chain. There's even cross-chain swaps for Zen, but it's like I'm trying to get where you're coming from with the liquidity. What does that have to do with the equation?
What I'm saying is, like, right now, probably, very likely, Bitcoin is going to become a big thing. If something becomes bullish, there might be regulatory things coming out. Like, there might be some consensus, but this consensus on Ethereum has been, for one of the reasons, is because there's liquidity. And people, they go to Ethereum because there's plenty of liquidity, and it solves a problem. Now, it causes another problem, which is the gas fees. So then we have these other chains, but then we run into other problems, which is there's not liquidity. I think we're kind of seeing because otherwise Jack could just do it on Ethereum, and everybody could just sell their Zen on any chain they're on and just sell it. There'd be liquidity. And they could
realize that if someone needs to sell their Zen and there's no liquidity, you can make a liquidity pool. You put your Zen in the pool.
Right, but you have to have both sides. Like who wants to?
You can one side liquidity add.
No, that's why I told you about liquidity. If there are some new projects coming in and people are interested, they even don't have time to mint. They buy these tokens right from the DEX and they enter into new project. And when you buy from the DEX, then you give liquidity to this chain. New projects. For example, if tomorrow there is a new project that's coming on Avalanche and the token's price is very low, I go to the DEX and I buy this token to get in this new project. And when I buy this token, I give liquidity to the pool of this chain. Only of new project coming.
Speaking of liquidity, quick question for the room itself. I remember a couple months ago, Jack mentioned that there were going to be potentially liquidity NFTs. Is it still on the roadmap from what you folks know, or did that change?
I don't think it's on the map anytime soon. He's working on other things. This liquidity thing is like, it's a free market, so it's up to the users to decide if they buy, sell, provide, and the users make the market, right? it's not up to a certain project or founder to create a liquidity for whatever token. It's up to the market to decide on how it runs.
Exactly. And the market decides that some chains are small and there's not liquidity and they're not there, and it's kind of a ghost chain. And I'm not saying it's not possible that there could be, but it is an issue. And it just raises to the point of like X1 will probably resolve that in many respects to hopefully, right, where people can come together and there not be these liquidity issues. But if they want to stay on those chains, on ETH-POW and ETHMOS and whatnot, fine. But I'm saying, like, it's an issue. It's a true issue. It's something to put into the equation of everything and how to resolve the problems and how to make things better.
Yes, you're right. And the market will decide. When I came first to Xen, I tried to mint one Xen NFT on Ethereum. And the gas was so high, I saw it's $1,800. It's even the bigger than the average salary in Europe. So I said, okay, I cannot mint it. So I go on another chain and I mint it on Polygon, for example. So now the question is that how many people could afford now all these prices to mint on Ethereum, and how many people can mint of even $10? Because of $10, you will find millions of it. Millions of people could mint of $10 on other chains. And on Ethereum, there is a small group only that have access to it. That's why I'm trying to tell you that the mass adoption will bring the success. But this is not the fault of Jack. Was I trying to say? Jack created something brilliant, something new and huge, something that didn't exist even before on this ecosystem. And he even decided to, the most important chain on the Xen, it will be X1 after me. So hopefully he decided to build it on Matic. So that means even the transaction fees, and it will be something like it is on Matic today. So it will be affordable for all people. And then the mass adoption will start to grow.
And I agree with you on that. I think that that's how we will see adoption happen, with people using other chains. Now that comes into point, talking about liquidity to what, in comparison to what, a tradable for what, but if the idea is you're using a gas token to mint Zen, and then you're burning your Zen to get onto X1, do you even need to care about trading it to something else? If your end goal is getting onto X1 in the most economical, cheapest way possible, then you're not looking about instant gratification. You're participating. And that is where people benefit from the price action is by, the people that didn't think about, the long-term pieces, that need Zen to get onto X1, or need Zen to burn into an auction of one of the other protocols within the Zen ecosystem. And those are the people that put up liquidity. What I did is, when I got into the different ecosystems of Zen, I didn't pair Zen with the gas layer token. I paired Zen with the new protocol token, because I wanted to participate on both sides of that piece and just collect fees from that. Now, that is how I personally do it. Doesn't mean that's how everyone has to do it, but I put back into the ecosystem, because I think either Zen and, I'm going to say DB Zen. So I pair Zen and DB Zen into an LP pool, because I really don't care which token I have. I think both of them have their own weight, but people are going to trade back and forth. And so if I put myself into a liquidity pool, I get to participate by collecting fees off of other people. I don't want to say coming late to the game, but those that want that instant gratification over delayed gratification. So that's sort of where I think that a lot of people sort of forget this long piece, especially on these LPs, on these DEXs on other chains. Look at the long-term pieces of this. If people just keep coming in and, dropping, yay, they're burning, 6 billion Zen on ETH, that makes the Zen I hold all that much more valuable. But then they wipe out everyone else getting any part of the pie, and they're just collecting that piece. They're going to be the only one holding that token. And
so the key is to mint. Yes, if you want it, you mint it. It's delay. It's not about instant gratification, a quick flip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you. The best solution is to mint and to hold. That's it.
Yeah.
To mint, to hold, because with burning, the total supply will be less, and the minting process in the future will be more complicated. So that you get after the formula less Zen than if you're starting yearly. So only people that minting for the long period and they hold, maybe they will be the winners.
Players, don't tell everyone the alpha strategy is a secret.
Yeah. Well, where I have a slight disagreement with you on that is participation in other ecosystems. Because one, we have found that sometimes putting all your pennies behind one horse doesn't pay off. But if this is a proof of participation ecosystem, one, the way I can benefit I can support the entire ecosystem, which then in turn benefits me, is by participating even in the smallest way. I go burn one batch of Zen on DB Zen. I am not going to get any DB Zen really, but I'm participating and that might pay off.
Taco, a question. Yeah, and shout out to you, Taco, for putting me up to Moonbeam when we met at the Zen MIC meetup back in January, February, whenever it was.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts on this? Yes, we're getting a ton of Zen right now on the lower chains for cheap. 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the line. Do you see yourself being a liquidity provider or just a staker earning yield on that? What are your thoughts on that, since we have amassed a large amount of Zen and potentially Zen may have dropped a 0 or 2 on those smaller chains? What do you think you'd be doing, staking or LP?
LP still, because I would be benefiting from both sides of the market, both sides of the pair going up, and I'm collecting fees. So there's a difference between V2 and V3 pools. So V2, I can only collect the fees when I pull out completely. V3 gives me two things. It gives me a liquid position of my position, an NFT that represents my position in that pool. So if, I can sell that, I can move that, I can do whatever I want with that. But it also allows me to collect fees, because if I'm suggesting a trading zone of where it might be, and sometimes I take a more passive approach. I do the entire spectrum, so I collect less fees. But if I'm looking at this as an 8-year thing and I'm providing liquidity to both sides, then I'm collecting for people that are trading both ways. And so I can do two things. I can either participate with either one of those tokens in those ecosystems and benefit that way. I could then use that as my passive, I guess you could say, drip income, where I'm taking that. Let's say I own 1% of a pool, I'm getting 1% of 0.25% of every trade, and so that is sort of my reward for participating, because then I'm not really caring about impermanent loss, because I don't care what side of the token I have if I have belief in the ecosystem. And if Zen drops to 0, then that means that the pair that it's trading against will also go up in value. So the overall holding goes up in value. So if I'm looking at this in the long term, LP and collecting fees and having that be my passive piece, you know, then that I think is one of the things. I think DB Zen really sort of shows that a lot to people. They see a passive earning. There's a protocol fee, and it's distributed between DBXN stakers. That means that they're not just looking for exit money. They're participating back. They're staking back. They have belief in that project, and they're being rewarded for it. Now, I take that a step further, and I go beyond my DB Zen stake, and I provide Zen and DB Zen. Then when people are trading DB Zen for Zen, I'm collecting from both sides. Or if I'm doing Zen to Matic or Zen to FTM, Zen to Glimmer, people are trading on these tokens to get back into these protocols to participate. So I'm taking the excess that I might have that I don't need, that I can have access to at any time. And, I have that position. That is my position. I think providing LP is one of the most underrated pieces in the world, of true income. Like I look at some LP pools and I see some of the holders, they're providing $1 million in LP and they're raking in $1,000 a day in fees. Now, what kind of drip income is that? $1,000 a day for doing nothing. And they're LP pool. And so for people that are new to LP pools, one of the first pools I tell people to get into is USDC, USDT. That's $1 versus $1. People are trading USDC for USDT all the time. So I really don't care which side I end up on, because I'll always have roughly, like, let's say I put in $10, $5 USDC, $5 USDT. I have a $10 pool. I'll always have $10 no matter how far that pool trades, but I collect those fees on those trades. Some DEXs have amazing incentives on it. My DEX has a 23% APR. So you're earning 23% on and plus there's an aggressive incentivization on that. So I'm earning base layer tokens as well. So why would I not want to participate in something like that? Especially if I'm looking long term.
Yeah, either which way you win, if the scale tips to one side, you might get a native. To the scale tips to the other side, you get the actual token. So yeah, either which way you win.
Exactly. USDC pools, the same thing. When people are using, that's providing liquidity to bridges even, and those get used tremendously. So I look at the passive ways, and then I see about like the really easy ways of minting Zen. Cool. Yeah. I minted something back in December and I put it for a 6-month mint and it cost me $20 to mint. And now it's worth $80. How is that not a win for me? I can sell half of that and then I can go provide back into liquidity pool and just collect, but that's just one person's opinion. Smart DeFi, Big J, you've sort of been a silent pool. I don't know if you're sleeping on the job or if you've been sitting back watching. I know you have a finger in multiple chains for doing different things. If you're still there, what are your thoughts on everything you've sort of heard so far?
I've been doing a little bit of double listening. I'm still listening to the FOMC report and trying to see if there's anything that's going to trigger my trade. But on
honestly hadn't had a good enough ear to really comment on anything.
Okay. No, hey, thank you. You know, your position is always appreciated. I know, when it got released, there was that quick dip on XRP, and then it recovered back just to a little bit of a stable price around that 50.37. So
What are we talking about exactly? Just tell me again. I'll go hard on XRP all day.
XRP once that interest rate hike got pushed out, it dropped down, I think, to 48 for a second.
Yeah. I took out my long, and then I'm back in long at like 49.9. So
okay,
we'll see what happens.
Nice. Yep. No. My long at 200x got liquidated.
Oh shit.
So.
Yeah, it started looking good, and then you know what's crazy? They paused it. Exactly what we were talking about. They haven't done that in like 16 months.
Yep.
No hike. So, but no hike with the caveat of they're planning on hiking it.
Yeah, exactly. So no, Hexy, you've been quiet for a moment. You know, overall thoughts. Hexy, are you still there? All right, Max Mint.
Yeah, I think Hexy was in the transitioning from listening to speaker, but it looks like she's just connecting right now.
Yep.
Hey, Max, you're unmuted.
I'm unmuted. I was finishing something up. I'm not providing liquidity yet because most of my Zen, depending which chain it is, nearly all of it is still wrapped up in mints. But when they start to come, that is my plan to provide liquidity significantly to more so the secondary chains, because Zen does have a fair amount of liquidity. I have significant mints, and I want to then turn those into liquidity positions, and then profit off of those for a period of time, and then help to strengthen the chain and Zen on that chain, so it can become more relevant. And I know there's numerous people, I'll go ahead and say it, when look at an avalanche, I know there's numerous people that are planning on doing that. And we almost, I hate to say it this way, but almost don't care what the liquidity is today, because at the moment during this mass adoption phase, price is irrelevant. It's all about right now getting your hands on as much Zen as possible, no matter what chain it is. And that's simply by minting. But I'm very content with the direction it's going. Per the earlier conversation with Honey Deals on XN or X1 allocation, I'm fairly active in the Telegram, and for months and months and months and months, we've been telling everybody who walks through the door that yes, it doesn't matter what you burn, you'll get an X1 allocation. And I would just feel horrible telling these people that no, I was wrong. You're not going to get it now. You can't. Yeah, there's other ways to burn, but there's been such a focus on these quote moon parties that are now that 333 thing that I think it's just a huge rug to pull out from underneath numerous people, because we've been telling them one thing for so long, and then to change it up at the last minute. And I mean, the allocation will be fair. I mean, when you pay a penny or two to mint a wallet on a chain, you can't expect much allocation for your X1 when people have been paying anywhere from $8 to $20 to mint a wallet on Ethereum. There's no way they're going to compare the allocation, but there should still be something there, because we told them there would be something there. So that's my thought.
I agree with you as well, and that's where it comes into that ratio piece too, and that participation. People have been participating, and that's where I think a lot of it comes into play.
But also to a question regarding a 333. So September 1st, I think it starts. So 333 should end, I'm guessing. Oh my goodness. I always make a note to myself, never do math in public, but it ends sometime in the beginning of August, I think, maybe. So the Bitcoin halving. So I'm trying to figure out why their timing is 333. Is it because they're trying to time the halving to get into the bull run? But if that was a strategy, why not push it out a little bit further to maybe, I don't know, April of 2025 instead of cutting it short in August? But what are your thoughts on that?
I think Jack loves numbers. And 333 sound, you know, is a lot cleaner than 222 or 111 or 444. You know, some of his early conversations with different people, you know, you've sort of seen Jack go into some of his esoteric beliefs a little bit, and the power he has, it, you know, that he believes in numbers and stuff like that. And so I think 333 sounded amazing to him, and I don't really think he was looking at where it put date wise. He might have been, or, you know, and it might have been one of those things where he looked at it date wise, and it could have been landed on the birthday of his daughter or a family member or some important figure or some important date. And he's like, oh yeah, that means I should do that, you know? So it could be something as simple as that.
Simple than for tokenomics, he said that 1/3 of the XN will go of this auction, and 1/3 from 1,000 is 333.
That too, you know? Yeah.
I don't think about that. Yeah, you're right.
So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. I think if we spend too much time in the weeds, we miss the forest, and we miss the entire show, I guess you could say. And so when we get into an aspect of arguments of, you know, chain wars, I guess you could say, that alienates everyone. And you know, a saying, you know, even if you're dragging someone through the mud, you get mud on yourself. And I just think that we as a community should just trust. You know, if we benefited from something so far, I don't understand why we want to doubt now. We're putting a lot of weight on someone's shoulders. And I think that I don't know if, you know, for people that saw Jack in videos before Zen even launched compared to now, you know, just his hair color change. This man has taken on a lot.
Taco.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that as well. You know, Jack has put his all into this. You know, he's literally doing streams. He's always on Twitter Spaces. Like, he's always spreading the word of Zen. Like, I just want to, you know, like, I just wish the whole community can just unite and just, you know, find a way forward, because it's like we're trying to destroy everything that's been created because we're fighting over like numbers. Like, we need to see the bigger picture, you know, and find the solution. And remember that this is Jack's vision, and he's got this plan in his mind. And if we just follow, if we find the compromise and follow the plan through, we can all win. You know, we don't have to destroy everything we've built so far just because few people want to have their way. Like, we can meet in the middle. Let's just make this work. Not keep community like that. Put people.
Yin Yang, you transformed at the end of that. So what I want to maybe repeat just to make sure I heard you correctly. Don't alienate was basically what, and and trust the vision rather than having your own finger in it. And I might be putting my own finger into explaining what you said. Is that what you were sort of saying?
Yeah, his internet may have taken a Brexit. No, but yeah, to what Ian was saying, you know, so I think a lot of it also comes to self-interest and probably ego as well. Like for me, I know I have my strengths in certain aspects, but when it comes to infrastructure and scaling, that is not my strength. So I personally cannot see like the overall vision, what's in Jackson and the future where it's going. Yes, I have an idea, but no, I'm not going to take my opinion or vision of what I think it should be and try to impose it onto the greater community, because I may have certain knowledge in certain things, but this role that Jack is doing, I personally know I don't have anywhere near the amount of assets, I guess, to like drive a project like this in the direction where it should be. But yeah, I think, folks should just, I don't really want to say stay in their lane, but try to trust what Jack has done so far, his resume, and, just believe in him, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Yeah, I don't have anything much more to say on that. Trust the process. I don't really see why it has hurt anything in the past so far. And I don't know why we would want to stop doing that. But Hexy, I see that you're able to come back up as a speaker.
Yeah, I can hear how that road. Yeah, my app shut down.
Yeah, no, but
I participate on all the chains. I don't know, when I left here, we're talking about liquidity, and now you're talking about Jack's vision. But I do participate on all the chains when it comes to minting and burning. But I also do provide liquidity on some of the chains. So
yeah, no, and that's sort of
and it's very sorry. Someone in the house was yelling. I had to mute the mic a bit. It's very profitable with the liquidity providing, especially on a Pulse chain right now with the ETH Pulse, not ETH, Zen Pulse pair.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a lot of people are trading that. And there's a V3 setup there. So I only like to provide on the V3 setups so I can withdraw my fees, whenever I want. Or compound, back into it. So there's so many opportunities and options when it comes to participating, whichever way. I don't see a problem with the ecosystem. There's pros and cons, but as for like problems or concerns, I don't see any. I don't have any concerns or see any difficulties with moving forward.
Nope. All right. No. I feel that sort of on the yeah. This is a thing. I don't really. I've sort of heard everyone, and if someone's feeling that I'm mishearing anything, please let me know. I feel like sort of like everyone's on the same page of let everyone the follow on Jack. So I don't really know. Trust Jack.
The people in this space are on the same page. There's actually another space going on right now where they're complaining. It's like it's almost like this. People feed off of each other when they start talking. It's strange, you see it everywhere.
Yeah, I know that space sort of opened up because I wasn't allowing people to just talk shit here. That's we can choose to participate in that, or we can choose not to. It's who you choose to surround yourself with. Do you choose to give that an echo chamber? And that goes back to, you drag someone through the mud, you'll get mud on yourself. And I don't think that supports builders, and I don't think that supports building in this space or people adopting, so it's interesting, so yeah, no, but that's sort of that is sort of how I sort of see this. I think that everyone has the option to participate where they want to, so it's really fun. I think that's one of the funnest things about it. You can choose where you want to participate. You're not locked to doing just on one thing.
Yeah, and I think one thing, if I may to say here, like a lot of people have very little perspective on what actually Jack is doing here. Not because, it's not easy to make the difference between Zen and for a newcomer in crypto, or it's like a project that's completely designed otherwise, like something that's made to pump or that's been established for a long time, like completely different tokenomics. What Jack is doing is a complex system. It's a lot of innovation of ways of going about it. All this burn to get to X1, for example. And the timeline as well. We're in an inflationary phase. If you back up enough and you have the full picture and you look at it from every side, it's incredible the amount of things that have been accomplished and that is being accomplished, and like the amount of success. I think a lot of people, like, they lose that perspective. They're wanting to make gains in the short term. We're still in inflation. X1 is yet to come. These things need to be, reminded and put into context.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever seen this, Taco? Like, how often have you seen developers like Jack and Zensu, and the amount of work put and the amount of stuff, and also the availability in the community? Like, how many times have you ever seen that?
I've seen it around
the selflessness also, because a lot of developers and project owners, they would have allocations, and they want to take a cut for themselves, like right off. But like the selflessness, what he's doing, really impresses me. But yeah, Taco, what were your thoughts? Sorry.
I've seen it in communities, before. Like we talk, if we talk about ETH's early days, and we saw the fork, we saw a lot of toxicity then, and it's one of those things where the founders did what they thought was best. Might not have agreed with it, but we all sort of followed suit eventually, and we profited from it. The entire ecosystem benefited from it when we trusted the builders, and everyone building on it, that benefited from it. It was one of those things to where we got to see, this sounds horrible when I say it, I guess. They had to follow suit, or they had to, choose to go their own way, and when they chose to go with where the designers, the builders went, it ended up benefiting everyone else. Yeah, it might have seemed really dirty at the time, but it was one of those things to where, in the end, it's where we are today. And now we see ETH, the Ethereum Foundation pivoting again from, instead of working to move ETH into a more scalable, faster blockchain, they felt that, hey, we're actually doing a lot better as settlement and providing support and backbone to all of these layer twos that are growing off of us. So instead of trying to go do our own thing, let's roll it back and let's make sure what we're providing is a solid platform for all of these people to build off of. And I think that I'll be honest, I thought that was a really good pivot, and we'll see how that turns out, So I think that's the thing with growing pains. Look at Doge. Okay. Look at how long Doge took to have any value. I thought it was the dumbest thing on the face of the planet. You know, and I got it. I collected it. I was part of you know, Doge work Reddit groups where we basically handed Doge out to each other like it was rain, you know, or not even rain, like it was trash. Someone made us laugh, we gave them Doge. Someone made us cry or angry, we gave them Doge, you know. Someone participated, we gave them Doge. Or we participated in some other form, we got Doge. I gave someone $1 million Doge tip for a freaking joke, you know, and years later, you know, if we look at that value of what I gave him, you know, I give him $250,000 at its highest point, you know, but he probably did what we all did, was just hand it back out, you know. So the fact that Jack had an 8-year plan of hyperinflationary and Zen lost so many zeros right from the get-go shows that a lot more people are aware and participating. And we're looking at something for an economic turnout a lot quicker, not remembering that this is an 8-year plan plus, you know. And so I think, you know, we're so used to internet millionaire money makers overnight or what, you know, there's 1,000 things doing that, you know. 0x0, 18,000% gain in the last 3 months. And it's the utility token of a DEX where the holders all get a percentage of all of the fees traded. So not only did it lost a shit ton of zeros, but you gain from it too. So there's other things out there. We're all choosing to participate in super hyper focus on Zen right now. We're all betting people are betting all of their horses on Zen. And that's where we see, people, I just saw, like we did, there was some anger in the Solana community recently because Robinhood chose to delist Sol. Price dropped from, $21 down to $13.80. And there was literally arguments among influencers of that, that someone should go fork Solana because they can do it better. Not they're going to go do it, but that someone else should go do it. And, sometimes we look for those short gains to be able to carry us through for that long term. But I also think we forget that this is a long-term thing. It's immutable. It's not going anywhere. What we need to do is position ourselves as either builders or builder supporters, because as we see regulation come in, what they're going to focus on is the toxicity. And they're going to use that as choke points to sort of say, like, this is why regulation needs to come in. This is why we need to censor this transaction, So if instead we position ourselves in vocal formats of I know this might sound funny, but of not necessarily positivity, but the amazing things, like one of the easiest things we're all focused on is the ones and zeros of code representing dollars. It can represent so much more. From my take on the initial X1 paperwork, it was looking at a new ERC token being the bridging token between two different blockchains. So there's so many possibilities. I think people are too hyper focused because real dollars and cents, because they're looking at this in game theory. Game theory means that there needs to be an immediate winner or loser. in the shortest amount of moves possible. In economic theory, we can look at this in a grander scale. We can look at this in a longer term plan, you know, not over leverage ourselves, not risk everything, you know. Are there those people that do over leverage themselves and come out winners? Yes. And that brings out that hopium that everyone else thinks that if they do it too, that they too will have that turnout. And unfortunately, we see that the not turn out that case all the time. You know, we're great at giving advice of don't ever over leverage yourself, you know, only spend what you're willing to afford to lose. But then when we boast about these huge gains and we post about our wallets being more than $1, how are we really contributing? You know, are we planting false flags? Are we trying to plant hopium, or are we trying to tell ourselves like, hey, our gamble paid off this time, so that means that we can do it again? I don't know. I think it's growing pains.
I think there's, in the legacy market, there's different kind of vehicles, and in slices of a portfolio, and in crypto, that's not been. I think for many people, that's not been considered so much, but like they're just doing crypto, right? And they're seeking the next or the best coin that's going to pump. Everything is kind of like there's not much difference between one or the other. I mean, it was way more before, but in the last few years, it's been kind of just like, what's the thing to buy? And everything's kind of high risk, and it's a lot of gamble. But I think we have these different vehicles, and Zen is one of those. I find that it's one of those vehicles where now you can invest in. It's more long term, but you're way safer. So it's like you can put a bigger slice of the pie in your portfolio. You can be invested in Zen and feel way safer. Same as you would buy, I mean, obviously there's a big difference, but you would buy real estate, right? As opposed to penny stocks. Maybe you do get in, like you're saying, you degen or you leverage in a meme coin, but you have this position in Zen, you're minting his NFTs, you're thinking long term, that part you're safe with. I feel that way anyway.
I don't think we should take Zen out of the meme coin equation.
What, that you don't take it out?
I don't think we should take it out of the meme coin because a lot of people are speculating on it. And they want to see those pumps, overnight. And so are they almost having unreal expectations of something? When this has been touted as a long-term play.
So you see it as a meme coin.
I'm saying it's a long-term play.
Okay, in that way. Okay.
It's a hyperinflationary token where I can spend $40 and go and buy it, or I can spend $4 and delay my gratification and get the same amount. And that's a bad ratio of current gas fees and stuff like that. But that's just sort of, what I'm using as a, point, So if we look at the long-term play, I think that rather than looking to make it rich overnight, if we look at the idea of adoption, getting as many people onboarded and into it as possible, at the lowest choke points, the lowest stress points might be some of the other chains, where gas fees are not expensive, a new chain, so I do stuff on Near. I do stuff on Aurora. Aurora is Near's EVM version. Aurora just upgraded and they came out with Aurora Plus, where it is your own individual chain, gasless chain that allows you to do stuff within the Aurora ecosystem and then trade back to either Near or to ETH. You know, getting onto Aurora Plus cost, I think it was like 4 cents, to bridge over, so as we see that sort of spread out, I think we'll see, if we see Zen spread out farther, I think it will bring more people, more participants, more users, more adoption. And I think rather than just pegging Zen to a dollar amount, but to a participation amount, I think that that's what will really benefit. I think by taking out the he said, she said, we said equation, even taking my own voice out of it, I think one of the biggest things that we can do is, I listened to someone talk about it, and, anyone can participate. Choose your chain. There's 11 to choose from. 2 more are coming up.
Okay, but talking about chains, what I'm afraid, or maybe not, maybe it will be better. At the end, it's X1 chain that will be the winner, because it will be the better chain for everybody, and it will be fair launched, first principle. Mm-hmm. And on this chain, you'll have lower fees like on Matic, and the best speed of transaction. So when the X1 will start next year, people that will come new to the Zen community, they will wonder on which one to go. Of course, they will want to go on X1 because it's a new technology, new first principle, and all people will concentrate on X1 chain, and they will start to mint Zen on X1, because even Jack told us that, and it is a very good idea to have Zen tokens also on X1 chain.
Yep.
Because it's very good for the chain, for the fees, for the liquidity, for everything. Like he saw already what's happening on all of the chains of all this transaction and minting, and it will be very sustainable if we have a new Zen token on X1.
Yep.
So what will happen then with these chains where we mint today? They will lose some popularity. They will lose some adoption, because people will start to mint on the X1, the new chain.
Yeah, and that's one of those things too, where you participate, and there's so many different ways to participate, and I think it comes back down to the economic value of how you participate. And so I get pulled on this because, should a dollar that you spend on ETH be valued at a dollar that you spend on a different chain? It should be. And I agree with you. But now, so if it costs you $50 to create the same amount of tokens that it costs you $1 to create on another chain, I don't think it should be token to token. I think it should be, the value of gas to gas. So we do come back to that dollar peg, but we come to the ratio of gas used. And I think that leaves a lot of room for people to grow into, and so, you can go mint Zen on X1 right now. I've done that. I've participated because I don't know.
Yeah, I did that also, but I understood that this one doesn't count on DevNet. Jack
has said 2 things that I think that we might have forgotten about or gotten buried. But what he said when he was building. So one of the reasons he was building an upgradable Polygon edge chain was that it can be upgraded until it gets to the point that it's running right and it can be locked into play. And this is what I heard. This is what I heard is, and so he's like, and then I can just delete the word test in front of it. In
this case, we have already XZen tokens there, and they will not count because the distribution allocation of XZen tokens on mainnet,
yep.
It will start from 0.
Yep. And so we'll see what happens there, but that also proves participation, and I think that will be rewarded as well.
Yeah, Jack said that he's gonna make a website where you can go in and put your wallet in, and you can see, based on the number of burns you've done, how much real XN you're gonna get. So he's working on that.
Yep.
Okay, but another point to take into account, nobody's talking about, nobody, even Jack, is that we have different speed of minting process on different chains. And some chains will come faster to its end of cap 300 trillion tokens.
Mm-hmm.
And for example, Ethereum will leave behind. So for example, when all tokens on all other chains will be finished for minting, Ethereum will still go on.
And that, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think that's because more people will have created mints, and so it will get to that total supply faster. Because
wait a second, what are you talking about? Cap 300. What is this number?
I saw the distribution of token of formula in the light paper. It's on Xen Turbo, or you see the curve of the total supply and how it will change over years.
That's like an estimation.
Estimation, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fictitious number based on current lines, but it could change if there's more adoption. If there was like 10 million more people started to mint, it's just follows the trend, right? The current trend, but it's not a cap.
Okay. So on other chains, the total supply could be 3 times, 10 times more than on the Ethereum.
Yeah.
At the end of the mint process, not today, but at the end of the mint process.
You need 8 years. Right. Well, there's no end per se. You still can mint, but it'll be very low.
And the supply depends on the burns. Don't forget, brother. It depends on how much supply gets burned on each chain. So because some of those chains, the fees are cheap to burn, they could end up getting burned fast too in the future when more adoption comes. So don't just...
Okay, but yes, you're right. But I'm talking now about the total supply minted, not about the total supply in circulation or after burn. Total supply minted.
Well, we don't know.
Depends on how many...
We can't.
Yeah, we don't know.
There's no way to know that. It really depends on. There's a lot of time still ahead, and Jack said he wanted 100. That was the objective, 100 million users. And if we're at 1 million, that still means that there's 99 million in the objective to come. So if those people
I saw in the formula that it depends on the ranking, and much higher ranking you get on the minting, the process is slower and smaller amounts are minting. So it converges to the something like a limit somewhere. He estimated maybe it will be 8 years, but maybe for other chains it will come faster. It all depends on, in the formula, it's a ranking number there.
Right.
I don't think those numbers like it. Yeah, some people won't even mint those. They'll forget about them. Some of those that are minted will get burned. It's like it's just a speculation, estimation of the chart reading, whatever on the block explorers. Like it's API, but it shows what's possibly going to be in the future, but there's no way of knowing.
Right.
So many variables. Right.
Yeah, forget about that number because I see you're misunderstanding something here. There's no cap per se. The real number that actually tells something is the amp. So that's more the limit that you could look at that's fixed in the formula. How many days are left for the 8 years? And that goes down one every day, the amp.
Okay. And also,
that's the curve.
And the mining difficulty as well. Don't forget the more time passes, the less tokens you get. So the mining difficulty affects, how much gets.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. With time, you get less tokens, and if you make faster in ranking, at some point you get less tokens on, for example, Avalanche than on Ethereum.
It's okay. Yeah, I see maybe where you're confused. So there's you say rank, that's the delta rank. That's another number, and that depends how many people come after you. But it's more the amp. The amp and the max term are the big numbers. The delta rank, the other number, that's how much people come after you. That's also, you can't know, but that's not so much to worry about usually, because if you're choosing a 400-day term, for example, you will fill your delta rank plenty. But if you're doing a short term, then the delta rank could be a factor. But in the long terms, you don't really have to worry about that. But for example, you're now, let's say now you're getting 30 million tokens when you mint, okay, to keep it simple. In 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, you'll get, let's say, half of that, right?
Yes.
Like 15 million per mint, because the amp will have gone down. It'll be at its half point. So it's the amp that really goes down one every day. It's very linear, very predictable.
Okay, but in Zen Turbo, when I look in the down of the page, it said for the Ethereum already 36% minted. Is that really the good number or not?
No. Don't put too much stock on the numbers on like Zen Turbo and stuff. Those are not coming from Jack. They invented that, and a lot of confusion. Some confusion has come from people, especially newcomers who have not really understood. And they look at these things and they think this is like some kind of real number. It's not. Depends which one you're looking at, but it's not. If you have a lot of people started minting Zen tomorrow, those numbers are out the window.
Yeah, Valerius, the one he's looking at is basically the amount of percentage based on the current liquid supply. That's the one you're looking at, probably.
Okay.
I think, I think that this might be a good call for final thoughts. I want to thank everyone for tuning in to TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen, episode number 300. This has been a good piece here. I want to go around the room a little bit for final thoughts before we close this out. Max Mint, I see you down there all the way at the bottom. Final thoughts.
No final thoughts, really. I've enjoyed this. There's a lot of people in the room here that I've learned a lot from, and I appreciate. And I'm just looking forward to the future. It's I am literally sitting here minting max term Avalanche wallets as we speak.
I miss the days where we all whispered Avalanche. But thank you. Okay, so then if no final thoughts, 10 seconds, words of wisdom then.
Growing pains. That's how we grow. And we're doing it really well in Zen.
Yep, we are.
Also don't eat the yellow snow.
That is the best words of wisdom. Valerius, final thoughts.
It was very, very nice meeting with you guys. Thank you very much, TacoBytes.
it was very interesting thoughts and ideas, and we'll go on with it.
Awesome. Thank you. Buddy-san, final thoughts. If you were there. All right.
I'm sorry. Me? Oh,
Yeah,
what's
you.
his name?
You, buddy.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my final thoughts is, this space was really, 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 knowledgeable. I like the panel that we had out here, and the collaborating and sharing of thoughts is really, really awesome having this space. So thank you, Taco.
Thank you. Thank you for participating. Yin Yang.
Yeah.
Final thoughts if you're there.
Yeah. My final thoughts is that I think the Zen community, should get back to the way it was before. They were united before, and even if you disagree, we can have a discussion like this and move forward instead of constantly bickering and not getting anywhere. I've seen communities do that and they turn toxic. We don't need that. So let's keep going.
Yep.
And stay and focus on the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Yin Yang. DJ, I see you joined and been a little silent.
Say that again.
All right. Hexy, thank you so much for joining. Final thoughts.
Oh, yeah. I think when it comes to Zen, just everybody needs to stay their lane and let Jack develop whatever he feels is right and fair. And I hope everyone just gets along and uses the product as intended and not be so selfish about their own benefits from whatever narrative they want to portray.
No. And then 10 seconds, words of wisdom, Hexy. Putting you on the spot, Hexy.
Did you hear me?
I heard you, but your 10 seconds, words of wisdom. Not just final thoughts, but words of wisdom. Something different. Give me something new.
Something different. I don't even know my words of wisdom. Like I say, stay your lane. Just embrace the opportunities presented or given, and don't be a chronic complainer.
All right. Hey, thank you, Hexy, for joining us today. Anthony, final thoughts, sir. You just muted yourself.
Oh my gosh! So you could hear me during all this time. I'm sorry. So unfortunately, I arrived too late, so I missed a lot of things. It seems pretty interesting. I'm French. I've been investing in different stuff. Got wrecked like a lot of people, and kind of ignored in the past memes. And all of a sudden, I'm like, okay, what the heck? Something is going on with memes. I really believe in memes. I'm into Pepe Pochen, and I saw you, and I'm like, okay, I like to learn, so that's why I crash here. And I'm gonna probably listen to your replay later on. And anyway, one of the things I told to the community I'm hanging out with, but in fact was a memes community, I told them, look guys, we have Twitter, we have Ethereum addresses, we have the mask address also, but we can share some addresses, so dumb address also, of course. So I dare to send you a little tip, Taco. So I sent you a few potions, because I believe in not a war, but a brotherhood, a friendship, some kind of trust. I believe that if everybody, and I'm finished in 2 seconds, if everybody was tipping each other with meme coins that cost nothing, especially now, imagine in a few months what it will happen. It doesn't cost that much, and at the same time, we're bringing the people to different blockchains, different coins, but more than anything, we're living a positive energy. Voilà, that's all.
That's all. Merci beaucoup for joining us, Anthony. Honey Deals, I've seen your hand up. I've seen you go up. Thank you so much for joining today. Final thoughts.
was clicking on the emoticons, but yeah, I missed thank you earlier. Thank you, man. Thank you for the great Zen vibes, the Zen education, and especially the Zen vibes.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been, I don't know what you've been doing these last few days, but it's been a little bit of a rough ride, but I'll just reiterate what I was saying about my turn. You know, this crypto space, it can be a rough space, and there's a lot of you know, can be contention and tension and you know, all kinds of shit, right? But the Zen space is like, we're trying to do things better and different, and it's normal, all this stuff. But overall, I think it's going great. And oh yeah, by the way, just a little bit of alpha. I think we're gonna have some good news very soon from Jack and Zen 2 in regards to this, like reevaluating the community and the fair distribution with the other chains.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's growing pains, but it's tremendous.
Yeah.
Especially with Jack and Zen 2 listening to everybody.
Yep. Smart DeFi, Big J. Final thoughts as we if I can tear you away from your long trade real quick on XRP junkie.
I'm sure. Yeah, no final thoughts. Great space, man. I'm glad I got a chance to actually tune in for a full one. I appreciate all the speakers that came across. I got to do a ton of more research on Zen now. You guys got me peaked. And I guess my catchphrase is DeFi smarter, not harder. There's good solutions out there for all bottlenecks that were created at the beginning of this crypto thing. And just kind of look around and see what's out. You know, take your head out of the computer. I know we're all heads down so much, but there's a lot of new stuff out there. So keep an eye out. But appreciate you.
Definitely. Thank you, Big J, for joining us today. With the way the market's been going, I want everyone to remember that you know, hedge your bets, and follow your head, not your heart. Sometimes remember to take profit, because it actually makes the game a little bit easier when you do that. And so, yep, we do see XRP dropping like a fly right now. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. That is all right. That is a drop. I want to thank everyone for joining us on the 300th episode of TacoBytes, your daily bite of Degen. Remember, this is the best daily show on Twitter and on the YouTubes and the Twits and everything. We end this space the same way we always end every single space. So if this is your first time here, this is how we do it here. We end with our final thoughts and our words of wisdom. And that is, a closed mouth cannot be fed, and you cannot feed a closed mouth. Meaning, if no one knows you're looking for opportunity cannot come a knocking. And if opportunity comes a knocking and you do not answer, it will keep on walking. And we end with the best joke on the face of the planet. This is how we have ended all 300 plus episodes. And when I say plus, if Twitter rugs us, we restart the space. But we have done an amazing 5 hours and 5 minutes today. So I want to thank everyone for joining, listening, participating. Proof of participation is an amazing thing within blockchain. But we end with the same joke on every space. And I ask for someone to help me with this joke because it is an amazing joke and it's done out of love. And those that have paved the way before us. But knock, knock.
Who's there?